Welcome to the Group Practice Boss Conference. Please put your hands together for Joe Sanok.
Welcome, everybody. What? Welcome, everybody. So, a lot of traveling to get here. Let's just start with crazy traveling stories. Who's got one that was bonkers? All right, back here, Dan. 5 airports, 9 hours of delays. All right, I see that. Can we raise it one? You know what? Oh, no. We've got our team from South Africa, so they were on flights for 24 plus hours. So. Well, you know, sometimes when you travel, your brain's everywhere. You may be thinking about your practice. You might be thinking about your family back home. Who knows what's going on outside of this room? But I want to encourage you, while you're here, to do your best to be here. The speakers have taken time to thoughtfully kind of put together talks. There are relationships in this room that you have yet to make. There's all sorts of things that could further both your career and your life here. So I want to encourage you to be here, but also stuff comes up, and that's okay. If you need to take a call, if you need to keep your business going, whatever that looks like, that's okay. But before we get started, I want to just take a moment to kind of start this off with a breath. So I'm going to just ring the singing bowl, and I want you to just take a deep breath and allow any of those worries of travel, the 9 hours of delays, the 26 hours coming from Cape Town, to just disappear. And let it disappear as the sound disappears, and try to find that moment when it goes from sound to silence. Just allow yourself to be grounded here, and hopefully I do the singing bowl correctly. We have a lot of things planned for you, and my hope for you is that we have moments that click. I remember when I was working at the community college at Northwestern Michigan College, which is right down the road here, and I had started this business called mental wellness counseling. Now, mental wellness counseling started as a side gig thing for me to pay off student loan debt. I subleased an office. Something I haven't really said on the podcast because it was so embarrassing is that I was subleasing from my father, who was a psychologist. He had a couch that had a print on it that looked like a picnic kind of tablecloth, that's the word. He had brass lamps, a big accounting desk. Literally, counseling clients would come into this office, and they would have seen my kind of hip website and be like, what is going on here? It was such an awkward place. And finally, I got an office downtown in this beautiful brick building, top floor, corner office with 4 offices. And I had a view of the bay. I could design it myself. I had the art on the wall that I wanted. I had this old teacher's desk that even had little like spots where when kids were in detention had like scratched on the teacher's desk. And then I had a standing desk on it, and it was just like, this is my office. I was so excited for it. And I had 13 clinicians there. And I remember this lunchtime when I was still working at the community college. And I ran over to do a session. I met with a couple. And then I was just like appreciating this office. You know, they left, and then I'm going back to NMC. And I go back to my basement office with no windows. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm making more off of this part-time side gig than I'm making in my full-time job. And it clicked, like I have to leave. Now what was hard about it was that I had an awesome boss. Lisa Thomas is the best boss I have ever had. She was flexible, she was open. She let me create a sailing program where I did counseling on the sailboat. So I spent most of the summers on a sailboat doing counseling in northern Michigan. And not just any sailboat, it was a 50-foot wooden Concordia cutter, which the only replica of which the Kennedy family has. So it was like, this was a sweet gig with a government pension. It was a hard decision. But when it clicked, it clicked. You know, there's other times that it clicked, and Nicole Ball's right here. And this would have been January of 2019. Now, the lease for that office that I loved was coming up. And I was at this point down to 2 counseling appointments a week, and all the rest was the podcast. It was the podcast, it was doing consulting, it was creating things on more of a national level. And I loved it. And I noticed more and more that the counseling for me no longer was a fit. And Nicole came to me, and she said, I know the lease is up in July, what's gonna happen? And I was like, honestly, I have no idea. I feel like I could shut down mental wellness counseling, I could sell it, I could be more of a silent owner and maybe find an operator. I was really thinking I have like 6 months to really sort this out. And she said to me, well, if you ever wanna sell, let me know. And this one quick conversation, this one quick comment that Nicole made, when she may have just said it flippantly, maybe she had been thinking about it a while, I've never asked her, but that changed both of us. For both of us, it clicked. Mental wellness counseling now, without my leadership, with now Nicole's, has 3 locations. It's a mega group practice. It's taken over Northern Michigan because it clicked for Nicole and it wasn't clicking for me anymore. And then it clicked that I needed to leave. So my hope for you here is that a couple things click. Because when they do, you just can't go back. A few things about this conference. Whether you're in our membership communities, whether you're doing consulting, whether you're here, we believe that you are all experts. So we often say in our membership in the Practice Academy, we say we are smarter together than any of us would ever be. I don't have the corner market on knowledge. There are things that each and every one of you bring to this that's unique. Even if next year we host it in the same place and we have the exact same lineup, exact same sponsors, it's still gonna be different because you'll have changed over the last year. So you're all experts here. Also, it's different. You're gonna notice that we're gonna be interacting more. One of my favorite parts of any conference is usually the dinners or the drinks in the evening when you get to know people casually. We've tried to embed within this conference that you get to have time with other people. And in a minute, we're gonna do some things to help you get to know each other. But let me just say, for all you introverts whose stomachs just flipped, you're not gonna have to get up, you're not gonna have to get up on stage. I wanna encourage you to think about your comfort zone and your growth zone. It's like you're all my clients. And your panic zone. I don't want you in your panic zone. I want you to just consider, for you, what is your growth zone? It could be having one conversation with a new person that for you, that kind of makes your stomach flip to walk up to someone new and be like, tell me about your practice. It could be speaking up, as we're talking from stage. So this is a little different. We want you to deeply interact with each other. Also, the teaching is gonna be short. As you'll see in the schedule, and you may have saw in some of our promo, we're doing 20-minute talks. So shorter TED Talk style, where we wanna say, what are those best points that we can get? In fact, we even have Sam in the back who's gonna have a flashlight for our speakers when they have 2 minutes left. And if I had a gong, I would ring it. I don't own a gong, though. Many people may have thought I owned a gong based on my personality, but I don't. I do own a sitar. That wasn't in my notes, but I do own a sitar. I was in a band in college, and I thought it would be cool to string it and tune it like a guitar, and then I would play the sitar, but like a guitar. It worked for that audience. Lastly, we value connection over our schedule. If you are having a conversation and it's time for the next speaker, and you're like, oh my gosh, like we are vibing, we're talking private practice, this is amazing, I wanna just give you permission that you are allowed to continue that conversation, that you are allowed to say, hey, you wanna go get a cup of coffee downstairs. So there's all sorts of things that you can do to make this your own. Now we do have a few logistics I just wanna make sure I go over, and if I miss anything, team, you're allowed to jump up and say, Joe, you forgot something. So there are 2 exits here, over there and over there. So in the case of an emergency, leave. There are also, there's also bathrooms out there. If those are full, you can go down to the first floor. There's bathrooms down there as well. Nobo Market is downstairs, so if the refreshments and food that we offer, you're like, I want a little more, there's drinks down there. If you want a fancier latte, fancier whatever, all sorts of things down there to support them too. Also, the chairs that are outside of this area, if you move them, please put them back. And also in here, there's gonna be times when we have discussions. Definitely move the chairs to make those discussions work, but please just kind of have an idea of where your chair was and put it back there so that things aren't super messy as we're going through things. Also, we're going to have lunch both days, if you didn't know that. It's here on site. We're going to have the Grand Traverse Pie Company, which is one of our favorite lunch places. And then Chef's Inn is going to be here. In 1998, one of my friends, Nick Smika, invited me to Chef's Inn for the first time, and it's been my favorite sandwich ever since. So you guys get to have a little part of that. Any logistics I missed, team? Whew, I did it. All right, we're going to take a second where I want you to turn to someone around you. If you're next to someone you came with, I'd encourage you to maybe jump chairs to talk to someone you maybe don't know. If that makes your stomach flip, I give you permission to talk to people you know. But for about 5 minutes, I want you guys to share the answer to this question. What is a memory from your life that you hope you never forget? What's a memory from your life you hope you never forget? So, meet some people. About 1 minute. All right, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Now give yourselves a round of applause. Woo! All right, I'm not going to ask you to share your stories, but Naranda has a microphone. If there's someone you met that you're just like, this person's so cool, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. There we go. Good job, class. All right. Is there someone really cool that you just met that you think we all should learn about? Raise your hand if you want to introduce someone. You don't have to share their story. That you don't have permission to do that. Yeah, who do you want to introduce? Someone raise their hand? Anyone? No one wants to introduce. All right. Over here.
Sorry. I met Dan from Bay City. We're both from Michigan. Dan's awesome.
All right. Woo! Thank you for volunteering. You get a FamGabs card from one of our sponsors. It has really cool just like prompts for families to talk through. So they gave us some swag, and there you go. Anyone else want to introduce someone? Yeah, Wendy.
This is Denise.
Hi, Denise.
And Denise is in Kentucky, which is super cool. She's got a practice in Louisville and up near Murray State University, correct? Yeah.
Awesome.
She's doing cool stuff. She's got 14 clinicians? Yeah, she's kicking butt and taking names.
Amazing. Here, you can give that to Wendy. Thanks for volunteering. Reinforcing extroverts. You know, this is different in a lot of ways, this conference. So you may notice we don't have an expo hall, which, you know, to me, anytime I've had a table where I've been a sponsor, it's felt really sad. Like, please take my sunglasses or squeeze ball. I brought candy. Why won't you look at me? I brought candy. Oh, everyone else brought candy and squeeze balls. So instead, we view this as these are our friends that we've got to know. Honestly, whenever I take on a sponsor, whether it's through the podcast or the conference, we have a conversation where I say, I want this to be a long-term thing. I mean, if after a year I don't like promote you anymore, that kind of is egg on my face. If I'm like, go work with this person, then the next year I'm like, don't work with this person, work with this other person. So we look for long-term connections. So much so that, you know, if we see things going on in the market, and like there was one particular sponsor who had partnered with a well-known organization that didn't have a great reputation with therapists, and they didn't realize that. And things rumbled up over the weekend where people were saying to like boycott this sponsor that we promoted. And I texted the owner and said, listen, you might want to follow some of this. And by the end of the weekend, they had canceled that partnership with this new group because it just was like, we want to be eyes and ears for our community as well as the therapeutic community. That it's not just about like taking money to help put on a conference. It's about genuinely saying like, we have each other's backs. And so I want to introduce you to some of our sponsors and friends and tell you what their expertise is, because there might be areas that you're like, oh man, I want to work on that, but I don't even know where to start. Probably conversations with these people are better than them saying, please take a squeeze ball. So first, I want you to meet Jane. So the Jane app is the EHR practice management software. Allie and Emma, can you raise your hands so people can see you? All right, so if you're interested in Jane, EHR, practice management software, those are your folks. Then we have Kishan, who has Describe AI. It's for AI note-taking. So anyone in here interested in AI or using AI? Yeah, I used AI on a trip with my daughter for the AI to be a virtual charades host for us, and we told the AI to like draw from like Percy Jackson and Star Wars, and it would like give us a character. That's how I'm using AI. No, I'm using it in lots of ways. But Kishan is your go-to person for AI, and he's actually going to come up in a minute to show you some stuff with that. Admira, and we've got Wendy from Admira, who is right over here, who's an expert in streamlining practices. So if you want to streamline, if you want to talk streamlining, she geeks out on streamlining. All right, we've got Dan from Fireside Strategic. Dan over here with the super cool hat. So Dan is amazing at helping people sell their practices. And so he's a master of buying and selling practices. So even if it's a dream like, I don't know if I'm even positioned to ever sell. Is it too small? Is it too big? It's probably too big to sell. No, just... No, never. Dan's like, no, that's what we're looking for. What are you saying? You're not my friend anymore. So Dan's your go-to person around selling practices. And then we've got Jeremy Zug in the back with Practice Solutions. He's our expert on billing solutions, also like training your staff on running billing. I've known Jeremy since 2013, 14, very early on, one of the very first slowdown schools that we put on. He came and hung out on the beaches of northern Michigan. I've watched he and Catherine, his wife, grow this from just the two of them to, what do you guys have, 30, 40 people? Almost 40 billers now. So it's just been really cool to watch over the years. We have John, who he's going to be here this afternoon. He's also doing some breakout sessions and talk. He is our employment lawyer. He's from town. I've had lunch with him bunches of times. Literally, I met him at this guy's meetup that happens once a month. And I'm like, what do you do? And he's like, I'm an employment lawyer. I'm like, there are so many therapists that need a good employment lawyer. Would you like to talk and come hang out? And he said yes. But he's doing law stuff today, so that's why he's not hanging out. He's doing his law stuff. We've got Lauren and Samantha from Headway here. We're Lauren and Samantha over there. So if you're looking at group practice credentialing, if you're looking at expanding your practice, those are the folks to look at and talk to. Look at and talk. That sounds super weird. To just talk to them. Don't look at them. That's creepy. I don't know why I said that. Tori from Practice Vital is here about data-driven practice management and simple action. Tori, where are you at? Tori back there. Also, they were our breakfast sponsor today, so thanks for the coffee and all the stuff. So we've met some of our friends, and you've seen them. Now let's get to know you a little bit more. Raise your hand if you are entirely private pay in your practice, so no insurance. I want you to look around, because these are people you may want to have conversations with about private pay practices. All right, if you are like insurance, like there's hardly any private pay, raise your hands. If you're almost exclusively insurance, awesome. If you have a practice that's under 10 clinicians, raise your hand. All right, so look around, see some of your people. If you have, say, 10 to 20, raise your hand. All right, if you have more than 20 clinicians, raise your hand. So look at each other, but also some of you other folks might want to pick their brains if you want to grow. All right, if you're more of a dog person, raise your hands. Okay, the dog people, find your crew. What about cat people? All right, you're cat people, just stay alone, hide under the chairs. What if you are, okay, I'm gonna do like water people versus mountain people. Who's more of a water person than a mountain person? Those are your people, water people. What about mountain people? Raise your hands. Look at that, even split. Look. I like looking at the water. All right. All right, well, let's talk about what's coming up. We have Kishan coming up in just a second talking about using AI for your note taking. So that's going to be in a minute. Then we're going to have Jen talking with us about kind of structuring, using structure with soul, building systems that support people, not just processes. So without any further ado, Kishan, come on up to the stage.
To go forward? Yep. Awesome. Cool. Hey, everyone. My name is Kishan. I'm the co-founder of Describe, and I'll be talking about AI in mental health. So a little bit about me. I actually used to work as a medical assistant and a scribe at Palomar Health, and I used to work as an AI healthcare researcher at UCSD, so that's what inspired me to build Describe with my own hands. So by raise of hands, how many of y'all use AI in your practice currently? Cool. Awesome. So yeah, in 2023, it was surveyed that 38% of clinicians use AI. In 2024, that number jumped up to 66%. And now in 2025, I'm sure it's a lot higher, but it hasn't been surveyed yet. So what are therapists using AI for? Obviously, the biggest one is documentation. So that's either ambient listening and then the AI generating the note directly after the conversation, or that's dictation. So after the session is over, putting in the information of what happened in the session and then the AI generating the note. Two is coding, ICD and CPT, alongside documentation used by either therapists or coding professionals. And then third is scheduling. A lot of people are now using AI to schedule their sessions. So instead of patients calling in and talking to an admin staff, they can talk to an AI that sounds exactly like a human to actually schedule and reschedule appointments. So the main concerns that I've personally heard around AI, and a lot of therapists have said to me, one is obviously HIPAA. Is AI HIPAA compliant? Is it storing my data properly? Is it deleting my data? Is PHI being collected? Is AI using my data to train their models? Two is consent. Will my patients actually consent to AI being used? Will they be okay with this? Will they be uncomfortable? Three is AI taking my job. Is AI going to replace me? Is AI going to listen to all my conversations and store it, and then create a chatbot to replace me? And then four is accuracy. Is AI going to actually be able to generate an accurate note, enough so that I don't have to spend 5-10 minutes editing that note, and then that taking away from my workflow. So by show of hands, how many of y'all spend more than 30 minutes a day doing your notes, or your clinicians do? And how about an hour? How about 2 hours? Cool. But yeah, most of our clinicians, most of our customers report spending anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours a day on their notes, which has now been reduced to less than 2 minutes a day. And I can show that right now in person with a live demo. Joe will be role-playing as my therapist. I'll be role-playing as the patient, and we'll do a live session. Yeah. Cool. Cool, so this is Describe. The way it works is it listens to your conversation with a patient and then generates a note customized exactly to your note template and writing style. So just for the sake of this demonstration, we'll do a very standard progress therapy note. And we can press start listening. And cool, there's a countdown. All right, so let's see, okay, so it's picking up my audio. Okay, so hey.
Hey, Kishan, how was your week?
Hey, yeah, it wasn't so well. My bird actually passed away this week, so I haven't been feeling too well. I've been kind of like rotting in bed. I haven't been able to get out of bed until probably like 11 a.m. every day. I used to wake up at 8 a.m. every day, and now I'm kind of just fighting myself, laying in bed, struggling to get up.
Oh, was that Pippi, the one from Uncle Vernon?
It was, yeah.
Oh, man, you loved that bird.
I did love that bird, yeah.
Yeah. So you're laying in bed till 11 a.m. or so. Any things that you're missing out on because of that?
Yeah, I've actually been going to work late. My boss has been really mad at me. My coworkers have been upset with me. I just haven't been getting work done.
Yeah. Any of the strategies we've talked about that you've been implementing?
Yeah, I tried yoga last week. It didn't really help me. And I've been researching some other techniques online, but I'm not really sure how to do them.
Yeah, tell me more about yoga.
Yeah, I tried doing yoga in the mornings for like 3 days, and then I gave up. I got a little discouraged because it just wasn't helping me. I know that you said it should take effect in like a week or two, but I just got a little impatient.
Yeah, yeah. What other things are you looking into online?
Yeah, one thing I looked at was taking supplements like ashwagandha, and then the other one was deep breathing exercises.
Okay. What style of deep breathing are you looking into?
I'm not sure. I didn't do too much research into it.
Okay. Would you be up for trying something new today?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you a journal, and I just want you to write down, say, 3 things that you're grateful for, and also 3 things you miss about your bird.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I guess I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful for my friends. I'm grateful for the work I do. And what the 3 things I miss about my bird?
Yeah, about Pippi.
Okay. Yeah, about Pippi.
From Uncle Vernon.
Yeah, from Uncle Vernon. I miss hanging out with my bird when she'd fly to me from her cage, going outside, with my bird too, and then the way she would sing, she would sing songs actually, and she'd speak a little bit too.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the stages of grief?
No, I'm not.
Okay, why don't we spend some time going over that?
Okay. Cool.
They know the stages of grief.
Okay, yeah. And then, do you wanna give me some homework for our next session?
Oh, sure. For your next session, why don't you research stages of grief and just see if that's something that resonates with you, and then we'll talk about that.
Okay. Awesome. Sounds good.
See why I stopped doing therapy?
And then I just pressed stop listening. So right now it's turning the transcript of our conversation into an organized note template. And this note template is just a standard progress note template. But here we can see the note generated. So yeah, this was a follow-up session. So yeah, we discussed the loss of my bird, difficulty getting out of bed, arriving late. And so this note template is specifically structured to have the presenting complaint just in like 2 sentences and be a quick summary. And then this was the mental status exam. Safety issues, we didn't discuss any safety issues, so there's none. This is the relevant content section. Essentially, this is just a quick summary of what happened. And again, this can be customized to whatever length that you want, however many details you want, and so forth. And these are some of the interventions we went over. The treatment plan, progress, plan, and then recommendation. And then here in the content, I don't know if y'all can see that. There we go. Yeah, so it just has a quick summary of the session. But yeah, and then we can see the note was logged here, so you can go back to it. And you're also able to delete the note as well. So Describe is not recording your audio or keeping it. It listens in live time and then transcribe the session, only pulling relevant information from the session. And once it's deleted forever, and it's not kept to train any or fine-tune any models. And then here is the note template page. So here you can actually select from one of our note templates. We have a few standard ones, but this is a note template that one of our therapists uses. So she actually made this herself. And the way that she prompted this was exactly to her style of writing and her insurance requirements. And you're actually able to make your own note template here as well if you just press new template. And you can go ahead and label it and then add sections. So you can add, like summary, and then you can like describe essentially what you want generated. So you could say like, write 5 to 7 sentences and include these specific details. Cool. So yeah, that's the demo. Awesome. Yeah, you. Awesome. Yeah, you'll plug it in over there. Cool. Does anyone have any quick questions? Yeah.
So I remember that it's not just a block of words, that there's different sections, including mental status. But affect is really this visually observable mood. So how do you, I say it said appropriate or something like that, but how does AI do that when it's really, the person might be tearful, but the AI is not going to see that the person's tearful? How do you do that?
Yeah, great question. So for the mental status exam, that was just generated a standard mental status exam. Obviously, the AI is not able to see the patient. So typically what a therapist will do is they'll dictate in what the MSE was after, or they'll just have a standard MSE always generated, no matter what. But our software is also able to pick up on like inflection of voice and how you're talking and how your patient's talking. So it is able to generate specific parts of the MSE, but obviously not the parts that you can only observe. Yeah. And did one more person have a question? Cool. Yeah. Yeah, so we use Supabase, but none of the data is stored on our end. That's locally stored on your end, and once you delete it, it's deleted forever. So we don't actually use any of the data within Supabase to train our AI. So all the data that's stored within Supabase is also, the PHI is stripped, so we're unable to determine, which session is which session. Therefore, it's fully anonymized. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
How does that work? Does it get imported, or do I do it within the program?
Yeah, so that's a template that you would make yourself. So within Theranest, we have like many users that use Theranest, and each of them have their own note templates. That's just one example of a very standard Theranest note template. But we do have an integration built out with Theranest that I'll talk about later. Yeah. But yeah, we work with over 100 practices and hospital systems nationwide. We work with practices, anywhere from one clinician to 10 clinicians to hundreds of clinicians to thousands of clinicians. For example, Achieve Concierge in San Diego, they're a group of 8 clinicians. Citrus Health in Miami, they're a group of hundreds of clinicians. Christus Health is the 3rd largest hospital system in Texas. They have thousands of clinicians. So regardless of what size practice you are, we do support that. So on average, our clinicians report saving 2 hours a day on their notes, and this allows them to see anywhere from 3 to 5 more patients a week, which results in $4,000 on average a month in additional revenue. And for this conference, we're giving a 50% discount. So originally our price is $150. But if a meeting is booked with me by the end of this conference, we are giving a $75 a month discount for practices. And most of our customers say that they typically recoup their investment within a few days. Yeah. Per clinician, but if you're in a group practice, then group practice prices can also be discussed. And yeah, we have deep integrations built out with Simple Practice and Theranest, so our software does more than documentation in these EHRs. It also automates the clicks that you spend within the EHR. So rather than you clicking to put the note in and then schedule the follow-up appointment, you just take your hands off and you select push to EHR on our software, and it'll actually put the documentation in yourself and then schedule your follow-up appointment and then automate the other clicks within your EHR. So yeah, about HIPAA. If you scan that QR code, that will take you to our HIPAA Trust Report. We are third-party verified via Delve. They are an agency that verifies companies for HIPAA compliance. That's part of our HIPAA Trust Report. We have live audits ran on our software 24/7. And as I mentioned before, our software does not record or store your audio. It transcribes in real time and then generates the note from that. So yeah, to get started, you can book a meeting with me using this QR code. I cleared up my schedule for this week and earlier next week as well. You can also find me here at the conference. I'll be here the full 2 days. But yeah, any questions? Yeah.
We use Simple Practice, but it's fundamentally closed system. And I'm just curious, it doesn't have an API. So how do you actually integrate closely? What happens?
Yeah, we use RPA.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Do you have a question?
So I know Simple Practice recently rolled out like their own AI. Is that
Yeah.
you guys, or are they allowing like different providers?
Yeah, that's their own proprietary AI. We do have a few customers that have used their AI, but they do use our software. Yeah, it's in
Gotcha.
beta. It's in beta right now, so I don't think it's rolled out to everyone.
Right. Yeah. They let us try all the new things before they
Nice.
work. Thank
Yeah.
you, Simple Practice.
Yeah.
My question is, you guys were really close to one another during this conversation. What is the distance? If we're in a large office, can the discussion be picked up?
Yeah, absolutely. So Describe is just a website, right? Mm-hmm. So the same way you'd go to like Mercedes.com, you just search up describemed.com, and it's on your laptop, so it uses your laptop microphone. Or if you use it on your phone, it uses your phone microphone. Typically, on average, your phone or your laptop will have a radius of, like 5 to 10 feet. So yeah, a lot of our customers will place, the laptop down or the phone down, maybe like 5 feet away on a table, and then have their conversation. But yeah, it works for whatever situation you have in a room. It's able to pick up your audio if you're a little far. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, is that with a parent in the room, or is that? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, some of our customers do that. It works based on kind of what you're saying as well, right? I don't know if you repeat back statements that the child says if they're unclear. Yeah, I think it works. It works perfectly for that. It works perfectly for EMDR as well, which is kind of very like less verbal. So yeah, it's able to pick up small things that a child would say, even if they're a little irregular. And you can use a custom template for that, so the note will be fine-tuned for those types of conversations. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah.
What about multiple people in the room?
Yeah. So
Therapy or family?
cool. Yeah. Yeah. So our process, our software, our transcription software, diarizes the conversation. So it's able to pick up that you have a different sounding voice than the mom and the dad and the child. And so it separates those speaker labels within the transcript. I didn't show that in the demo. But that's also a process that we can have customized in your transcription. Yeah.
Hi. I have a question. I know you were talking about the data being deleted.
Yeah.
But is your system learning off of our data? Do you own that data, or how does that work?
Yeah. So in our BAA that you would sign if you use the software, it's clearly stated that we do not use any of your data. We don't train your data. It's illegal to do that, actually. So we don't keep any of your audio recordings. We don't keep any of the transcripts. We don't keep any of the final notes. All that we process that's like required to use, describe within Supabase, which is our database, is the anonymized transcript that you have from a conversation, which is then like immediately deleted.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so we work in any language. Which languages are you? In Russian? Okay, yeah, yeah. We have a few customers that speak in Russian. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, mainly our software is used for English and Spanish. Yeah. Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I saw the live demonstration. I saw a flash on the screen about telehealth. Is it compatible with both?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, over 60% of our customers provide therapy online, and they use they'll use like DoxyMe, they'll use Zoom, they'll use their video conferencing platform within their EHR. So that's what the telehealth toggle does. So you just switch that on, and then you're able to pick up the audio within any site that you're on. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Okay. Yeah.
Does that include any like headphone usage if you're doing a telehealth through?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously headphone usage is a big thing, for privacy. You don't want other people listening to your conversation, right? Even if you're in your own room and like your husband's there, right? You don't want them listening to the conversation. So yeah, it works perfectly with headphones as well. Yeah.
I don't even know if this is a fair question, but I have not used the Simple Practice AI yet. But like, are there advantages of what your software provides based off of where the beta program is at currently?
Yeah, one of our customers, Dev Patel, he's based out of Virginia. He has a group practice there. He was using the Simple Practice beta. I can't speak as much to that. I'm sure they have great software. Probably you'd have to test it yourself. But what he said the main difference is that note customization and speed. With Simple Practice, he wasn't able to customize his note template to generate what he wanted, so just generate like a very basic SOAP note template. I didn't show it in the demo, but you're also able to regenerate that note into different note templates. So we have hundreds of note templates to choose for. You can make your own. We could have regenerated that to like a SOAP note template or like an intake note template. But that was the main difference, is customization and speed. Yeah.
Are you able to like customize it to a point where, I'm assuming the answer is no, but like where it looks for like certain communication patterns? Like for instance, I do couples work and we're looking for like criticism or defensiveness. Like, is there a way to like, or potential to integrate like looking for communication patterns within the AI.
What do you mean by communication pattern? Sorry.
Like, we'll just use criticism because it's an easy one, where like it would be able to identify like in session, like client A gave this critical or attacking statement.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we understand that, therapists are not, like prompt engineers and don't know exactly how to like build their templates and don't want to spend hours doing that. So we do that for you. So if you give us, examples of how you like your notes done, we program those in for you so you don't have to build your own templates. Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Great job. Well, awesome. I use Describe for all of my pre-consulting calls, and I just put my phone on speakerphone, and it's great to kind of see what I write and the other person writes. For me, like especially when there's like two people talking, there's even times that I'm like, was that person or that person? And it picks it up better than I do. I'm going to give away some more gifts for extroverts. What's a way you're using AI either in your practice or your life? Go ahead, Elizabeth. Difficult letters, difficult conversations. Tell us a little bit more about that.
So, let's say you have a parent that's upset about something and you need to figure out wording. Like we had a client once who was worried about the child having mental health record. And so he wanted the chart. He wanted the original chart, which obviously we're legally required to keep the chart. The chart belongs to us. So I have to explain that to him in a way that is going to be reassuring. And also that's a hard conversation. And sometimes AI, if you tell it the problem, this is my dilemma, it really gives some beautiful wording I could come up with it if I thought about it for an hour or two, but I don't want to spend an hour or two, and it's just amazing for that,
Awesome.
Or also like if one of the therapists is trying to apply for like an advanced training program where they need a letter of recommendation, I can say this is what I like about them, and it'll write the letter of recommendation in like 10 seconds, 5 seconds.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Elizabeth. One other way that someone's using AI, in the back there.
I use it for blog summaries, like I write a blog, and I'll say, write a summary of this, and it does a good blog. And then I take that to Facebook and say, write a Facebook post for this blog, write an email for this blog, write an excerpt for this blog.
Love it.
Really handy.
So good, so good. Here's your extrovert prize. I'm going to use that joke through this whole time if you keep laughing. So. One thing that I've found with AI, and I'm sure that this is something that we could spend the rest of the day talking about, is if you say, I want you to act like a LinkedIn expert that also can make this a click-worthy thing but not be too clickbaity. Give me a summary of that. To me, I've found that if you just say how you want them to think first, it just is a lot easier. Well, up next we have Jen. I'm so excited for her to join us here on stage. Give it up for Jen.
All right, everybody. So I'm Jennifer Frummel. I am the founder of Innovative Counseling Partners. We're a group practice in Chicago with 7 locations. So I'm happy to be here today. I'm going to be talking about structuring with soul, making sure that we're building processes that actually work for people and not just as a random process. And I want to start by just saying, how many of you would like to recoup 23% of your billing? In terms of like additionally, right? Yeah. So we're gonna start here today. We're gonna start with talking about how it failed for me. In 2014, when I started the practice, I knew that I was really, really interested and totally down with creating systems. Back in the day, I actually started a program with WordPerfect. How many of you in the room remember WordPerfect? Yeah. So I did that then, and when I started the practice, I was like, Mama can't do it all. So I looked for systems, and I found a system, and it was all-encompassing, which was fabulous, until it wasn't. We were making Band-Aid fixes all the time, and in 2018, I made the decision that perhaps we were ready to have an operations manager. And when I trained the operations manager, first of all, how many of you have delegated successfully really, really, really well? Yeah. I sucked at it. It was really, really bad. I had a really hard time giving up the reins And at the same time, I knew that if I didn't give up the reins, I couldn't continue to grow and expand. So I did it. I gave up the reins. I created an operations manager position with a clinician who I had trained. Thought that was a smart move, right? Yeah, until 2019, that same operations manager comes to me and says, if you don't change your EHR, I quit. And I was like, what? How can we do that? How can you just walk out on me, right? Because I'm like, I trusted you. I was delegating to you. I don't do that with many people. Yeah. Well, that to me felt like the push that I didn't want. That to me felt like it was far from connecting to my soul. So here we go. We look at 9 different EHRs, and back in the day, simple practice didn't work for our practice because, like Joe was talking about earlier, asking everybody what their practice is like, I have always had this belief that everyone deserves good access to good mental health providers. And I consider us that group, right? Well, we take pretty much everything. And when I say that, if you go to our website, you'll see we accept 27 EAPs. Kind of sometimes want to stab myself in the eye with a fork, but I've got, we're processing, we're cooking with gas now. So in 2019, we made the decision on December 31st. I said to the EHR people, you guys sound exactly like what we want. Oh my God. They're like, yeah, we do everything for you, from soup to nuts, from A to Z. And I said, wow, I just hope I'm not taking on what you're saying to believe that, like, you're not selling me a bridge in China that doesn't exist. Yeah, we all had a good laugh. It was a lot of fun, right? We all were joking. That sounded real, funny. And then May of 2020 was our rollout. They came in January. Everything was good. Everything was great. And then March 5th, we had a meeting, and I was like, Houston, I think we have some problems. It does not look like rollout May is going to happen. And this guy, Andrew, that we have working with us, I don't think he gets what we do. So I reached out to the implementation specialist. She swore up and down. She knew exactly what was going on. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah. So May 1st, the system gets launched. Noon, I get a call. Hey, Jennifer, this is not ready. This isn't built out. And I was like, what? It's not built out. Like, the billing part, we can't even see that. I was like, but I just let go my phone answering service, who was part of my previous one. I just let go my billing service, who was part of my previous one, right? Oh my God, what do we do? So we push it out, we push it through. May 15th, we actually started. And I thought to myself, well, what happened from soup to nuts? Like, I don't get it. How was this all so wrong? Well, I was then in a billing meeting, November in 2020. So again, we're like now, 6 months out? We're counting good. And I said, I feel like we're missing something. I have these thoughts, right? Like, I suddenly feel like we're missing something. And I'm told, yeah, well, your front desk people, they're the one putting in all that information about the insurance, right? I said, what are you talking about? What billing people? I don't have front desk billing people. I rely on y'all to do this. And they literally were like, no, we don't do that. So everything that had been being put into the software from May 15th, nobody was checking the verifications. Nobody, yeah. And then they said, well, and with the issues log, you'd see that. What issues log? We were never trained. We were never trained on the issues log. So here we were in December. I felt like I was like naked, standing in a room, completely exposed and not knowing what in the world to do. And so here we were, December, and I was like, we have to hire somebody. So we hired somebody, Vanessa. And Vanessa was like, I can actually do all your billing for you. And I was like, I'm not falling for that. And So there was all this lack of training. We get this front desk person. She's telling me she can do everything for me. And I just kept getting this sneaking suspicion, garbage in and garbage out. I don't know. I just feel like there's something going on here. So I kept getting this struggle going on with accountability. And I just figured well, you don't know what you don't know, right? So I thought, okay, well, maybe I'm wrong. So in 2022, we hired another, and honestly, Vanessa. So we had this 2 Vanessa support team, right, helping us out. And I thought, okay, we're doing well. But I kept feeling like, I don't know if Vanessas really know what they're doing. Yeah. Well, 2023, I had been having almost monthly meetings with the Vanessas and been saying to the Vanessas, like, you guys, I just feel like there's a problem here. Like, I just don't know. I mean, are you putting it in correctly? Are you checking it? Are you going to Availity? Are you using all the resources? Because again, I learned how to delegate, right, in 2018. So I'm like living it, right? Because I want the other parts of my practice to be just as streamlined. I want to create all these structures. So between 2018 and 2023, I'm trying to stay out of this hotbed of mess and trust in delegation. Well, Vanessas are like, yeah, we're doing everything. We're going to take over your billing. How about we stop doing that? Because we found out also, not only that the soup to nuts A to Z was not real, and it was the bridge in China that doesn't exist, I also found out that our billing team was based in India. That's why they weren't talking to us on a regular basis, and that's why we couldn't get the answers we were looking for. Nobody told us that that was what was the case. And so we didn't get trained on the issues log, billing teams in India. Like, what else could go wrong? So I said, all right, that's it. I'm going to start to create a structure where we start interviewing billing software companies or billing companies. And so we went ahead, created a structure, sent it out, and said, all right, we have 9 different people. So we started interviewing them, giving them actual real-time entry into our AR system. And that was great. And we let this one person in, and she was like, if you don't get rid of your EHR. And I said, oh my God, no. No. I'm in this AEHR for real. Like, I can't fall on that again, right? No bananas in my tailpipe. You guys remember. So 2023, we meet this one team, and I was so reluctant to meet with them, but I met with them, and guess what, you guys? They came back, and that's what they said. What do you think they said was the problem? Not the EHR. No, they said the EHR was awesome, that it had really great qualities and really great abilities. Nobody? No? Vanessas! They freaking said it, you guys. They said, it's the Vanessas. It is the garbage in, garbage out. Jennifer, you freaking know what you're talking about. And that's suddenly when my soul felt alive. I was like, I freaking knew it. So those little voices in your head, listen to them. They're real. All right, so I realized that consistency without rigidity meant care without chaos, right? So I was like, all right, here's my philosophy. This is what I'm gonna like live and die on, right? Is that I want my systems to work. I wanna make sure that like when I hear that little voice in my head, I'm gonna make that little voice in my head come out. And so I recognize that with a system, you have empathy and not rigidity, which at one point back in the day, before I started this practice, what I found happening was I had a business owner who was terrible about micromanagement. I felt suffocated by it. As a matter of fact, Joe, he is part of the reason why I'm a monkey on my little email, because of all the times that he would say to me, well, did you see my email? That was like the only way the man wanted to communicate. And so I was like, click, 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 click. Anyway, so insurance verification. My team didn't know about insurance verification, and they didn't have to, right? My clinicians are like, we're therapists. We don't need to know that. But I realized that if we didn't teach them about insurance verification, they were like flying blind. So I taught them about insurance verification. We trained them on it. We recorded it so like we weren't doing it all the time, because that was insanity. Clients were so happy that they actually were getting feedback from them, right? I was like, this is awesome. Bi-monthly, we have vendor check-ins, like real time. They're real, and they're not in India. Nothing wrong with being in India, but they're real. I could actually go to their office if I wanted to, right? So that was like a huge change. And then I'm always looking to streamline things, which, I think sometimes my staff are happy about it, especially when they're complaining about things. And other times they're like, I don't understand, what's your method to your madness? So this whole idea of, consistency without rigidity, whoopsie, I feel like the systems matter. I hate playing whack-a-mole. I liked it in the 80s and 90s, thought it was really fun in the video arcade, but the reality is it creates so much fatigue on you as a business owner, as a leader for your organization. You're exhausted by the end of the day because you're constantly putting out fires. And then the boundaries that it creates really create for you way more emotional opening. I have to tell you guys, I was having billing nightmares, not dreams, nightmares. And those stopped when we hired on this new billing team, because the new billing team's aligned with our system and they're aligned with our model. They care because they want us to succeed, so they will succeed. And I was like, this is so much different than what I've ever experienced. I've also recognized that in safety and trust, you get predictability. So in the last year that we've worked with this software company or this billing company, what's happened is we've increased our revenue by 23%. They helped real-time redesign the front end of our verification of benefits, and that totally increased our gains because of, we're in HMOs. I told you guys in the beginning, we're in a lot of different billing networks, and we're in HMOs. And with those guys, those of you that are in them, you got 90 days or you ain't getting it. So our previous group they knew that, but they did nothing to change it. This new software, billing software, and the billing team that we have, they're so much better about that. Equally, I've recognized that a well-designed system ultimately is a gift to your team. And I've had clinicians come to me who said, I really didn't understand the methods of your madness, and I really thought that sometimes you were just trying to make things, a little bit different for what? And I was like, right, and now you get it. And they're like, totally get it. It's so much better. During COVID, we had a situation, we all had a situation when our diverse population of clients, we have a multilinguistic, multicultural practice in Chicago, figure that. And in that time when George Floyd was murdered, the staff were flipping. They didn't know what to do. The clients didn't know what to do. We were already in COVID. So I was like, well, what if we created a support group for the staff? So we ran that group weekly and sometimes bi-weekly in the very beginning just to help our staff out. And the staff were so happy because they actually felt heard and understood. I called it the Respect, Humanity, and Culture Support Group. And we still have that group running today. We still have it once a month. So what I recognized is that systems are for growth. They aren't for control. And I know so many practice owners that are trying their best to control it, just figure it out, make it better, without driving themselves insane. But I realized that when you have a good system in place, what ends up happening is that people are actually willing to grow. They're looking for growth. And so in doing so, I also recognize that the more we hold people accountable, the more they feel empowered. So you gotta have a little bit of thick skin here. Because back in the day, that same operations manager that was like, I wanna help you out and I wanna do your billing. And I said, sure, no problem. And then wanted to quit because I wasn't changing the EHR. That same person would come to those billing meetings with only her bills that were problematic. Now, did I mention to you guys the practice that I own has 50-something clinicians? So if all we do is once a month spend time with our billing team for an hour, and she's hogging all the time with her client issues, and I'd step in and I'd stop her, but then she'd come right back. We never got to figure out what the problem was. So listen to your people, but don't let them run amok, because I've learned that the hard way. But ultimately, integrating these systems actually allow for systemic change to happen and for clinicians to feel more and more supported. I've also recognized, I said that, they feel compelled to communicate more. grow thick skin. I started during 2020. I was afraid of losing people, right? I think we all were, 2021 as well. So I created something called the Stay interview, where I asked in advance, what would make you leave? I still do that every year, and in doing so, I hear it all. Jennifer, why don't you provide us lunch every day? Jennifer, where are the tampons? Jennifer, why don't you help us with parking for our cars? Jennifer, and I'm like, they trust me. That's why they're asking, right? Of all these other things, these are extraneous issues. If the big things that we're working with on a regular basis are handled, they talk about extraneous issues, which again means that I feel like we're in a good place. We don't have too many pain points as a direct result. And ultimately, I feel like when you walk the walk and you talk the talk, people listen, people follow. So I ask you this, where in your practice is there the most uncertainty? I also ask you, what processes in your practice may need more clarity and warmth? My husband said, warmth? Where's warmth coming from? And I said, we're mental health practice. If we're not warm, we're screwed. He's like, oh, right. Get it. I was like, I figured you guys would get that. And is your current structure inhibiting or supporting your growth? Because again, if everything is led by you, the master behind the curtain, do people get it? I would think not. I tend to lead with these 6 qualities: integrity. And again, I'm going to say this about my husband. My husband's like, why? Why are you so transparent? He works for a lawyer practice. Why are you so transparent all the time? I'm transparent because I know then people will get me and they'll know that I'm real, unlike, the soup to nuts and A to Z. It's real. I created a monthly detailed report, detailed hours report. I want the data to speak for itself. We don't have Practice Vital. We're creating our own because our software is so advanced in that way that we can create our own, and Practice Vital doesn't work with us. It's our software, whatever. We're figuring it out. And then excellence, always continuous improvement stuff. I'm always looking at that. And I'm always doing it in our bi-monthly meetings with the clinicians. And then from an empathy perspective, I've had so many HR people tell me, like, you know too much about your people. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a helpful thing. Sometimes it is a pain in the ass, but I think otherwise it's a really good thing because then people know that, again, I'm empathic and I'm generally understanding, but I still use the data. And then leadership-wise, I love crisis stability stuff. So I'm always looking for how the next crisis could happen and how we can avoid it, right? Knowing that I'm not going to figure everything out because life happens. And then I make sure that my supervisory team is looking at the vision and mission as well, because that's important. And again, do they have a voice? And yes, they do. And then responsiveness, agile decision making. Like I said, the George Floyd situation, like I was like, oh, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Had a small meeting, and that's where we came up with the respect, humanity, and culture. And then authenticity, if you can't figure it out here, I just was like standing on one leg. This is who I am. And I love people to show up for who they are. My neurodiverse clinicians, all the way down the channel for my very introverted people. I acknowledge that I see them, I want them to be here, and I want them to shine. To me, that's so important. And I love the real-time connection. Now, here's my ask for all of you. Consider one thing in your practice that you can audit when you go back home. All right, and recognize where does structure feel soulless and where is your soul craving more. Lean into the discomfort, because it's real, and find the soul of your practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Well, we want to give a big shout out to all those watching the live stream. We have, 20, 30 people that are just watching the live stream right now. So let's give a hand to the live streamers, wherever the camera is looking at me. In a second, but not yet, we're going to take a brief break. We're going to take till 10:55. But how many of you think that we need to change the stigma around mental health? Anyone believe that? I hope, that we all want to improve that. To do that live, I've actually just talked with Claire, my partner, and so that our therapist doesn't have to break HIPAA with any of you, I'm going to introduce Julie, who's over here. You can say hi to her. She probably won't share anything about our stuff, but, she's here and growing a group practice, so super excited about that. Also, just take some time to get to know other people here. We've got about 15 or 10 minutes or so. There's water refill stations outside, bathrooms, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. We're going to get started in just about a minute, so if you could find your seat, or if you are having a great conversation, feel free to step out. But we're going to get started in just about a minute. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to get started. We're going to turn that music down. And Matt's not here. So, all right, so we are going to get started. Give us a second to figure out why the music's still going. So I guess we're not getting started. It's a party. Oh, well, thank you. I do improv for no money. All right. Can we get the music off? I mean, that's just like a solid bass line under me. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Joe Show. We got some bass underneath my talking. There we go. All right. We have Andrew, who is one of our consultants here with Practice the Practice. He was in our membership communities, and now he is one of the leaders of the group Practice Launch program. He's also our resident master with W-2s and HR things. Give it up for Andrew.
I don't know about master. So I guess I kind of became the W-2 expert. In my hubris, I was like, let me go get another certification, and so decided to become a certified professional through the Society of HR Management, which was a interesting journey about how different that world works, ethically, philosophically, all that versus us from there. So I guess at some point slides will pop in whenever. Anyway, just right now we're just doing backstory. So got an HR certification, realized the philosophy around it's very different. This was also kind of ahead of some rule changes last year about classification for employees. And thinking back to when Joe and I got together and going to the Killing It Camp conference a couple years ago, several people there were just saying, you have employees. That's what you have as practice owners. We don't really have 1099s. And we're going to kind of walk through why you have employees if you didn't already know, and why the 1099 model is really not where you want to be long term. So Nicole and I were just talking about this, and she's a little freaked out with the number of people there and kind of thing. So, hey, Sam, is there anything I need to do to get just hit the button, like left, right? Oh, there we go. Maybe. Oh. There we go. Okay. Other way. Got it. Okay, it's backwards. So when I started group practice. Yes. Oh.
Forward back.
There we go. Got it. Yes. No, this side up. Yeah. So when I started group practice just over 3 years ago. Hired my really good friend Justina. I was like, you're going to be my unicorn, because we were already really good friends, and I was like, priority is our relationship. We still have a fantastic relationship years later through all of our growth and other things like that, and did the thing that everybody was doing at the time, which was start 1099, and that's what everybody was doing. About a year later, people were shifting over to W-2s. Some of my colleagues in Asheville, actually the two that are here, they started originally W-2, but most of the rest of us started under a 1099 model and then had to transition. And one of the things about this is, if you start 1099 to transition over to W-2, for those of you that haven't gotten started yet, you're going to do the same thing twice. So you're going to go through the entire conversation about compensation, the structure, everything else, and then after you have 2 or 3 people in your practice, and maybe up to 40, you're going to realize, actually, here's how I really want things to be. And if you really are doing 1099 properly, everyone works for themselves, and really functionally what you have is a franchise. People are under your brand name, and functionally they are working independently, doing their own business. So the other thing is, they don't really work for you. They work under your umbrella and brand name, but that's really it. And the independent part of the independent contractor thing means that there's not really an incentive for them to stay. And turnover-wise, you're going to run a greater risk with the independent contractor thing because it's like, well, I'm really doing this myself. Maybe you're kind of giving me some grace and have some systems in place that are convenient, but kind of as soon as I figure out what I'm going to do, I'm going to bounce because I'm independent. The other thing is you don't really get to create the same culture in a 1099 model you can as a W-2 because, again, we're kind of all sort of collectively doing a group project like we would in grad school, but nobody's really in charge. So part of what we get is like, hey, W-2 is expensive. This just has to do with getting your numbers and pay metals understood right. They're really not more expensive. If anything, they're probably a little more affordable over the long term because you get flexibility around pay structures and things like that that you can't do as a 1099. Too complicated, that's a front-end thing. And we'll talk about that to where the too complicated part's the setup, but once everything's up and running, it's up and running, and you just tweak it and maintain it and keep it going. The idea that it's not what therapists want isn't true. So as somebody that's now been through a hurricane, have had people do maternity leave, do these other things, people want the support. That's really what they want. They really don't want to run a business. And going back to like when I was in next level practice as a community member, the reframe for me with group practice was you have a business, it works like a vehicle. Not everyone wants to be an owner operator of their own vehicle. And this is who you want in your practice at the end of the day. So there's some big real consequences, and I'm trying not to terrify people in the room that maybe have 1099s, but there are some massive, massive penalties if you get in trouble for misclassifying employees or as 1099s and trying to do that. And again, it takes a lot more work to establish somebody as a 1099 on an ongoing basis with proving they're running things, proving you're not paying like Psychology Today profiles, proving these other things and establishing their independence you do on an ongoing basis. Whereas, like as employees, you kind of just do this and get control of things. So you can, we've had colleagues in our area challenge owners of businesses under 1099 model for misclassification. I've done that in the past. I was in California working event stuff, was clearly an employee, got disgruntled because of how I was being treated because I had a really terrible boss. And so I had $6,000 worth of back taxes paid for less than 6 months of work because I said, this is wrong. And they took care of it. No lawsuit, they just made it right, that was it. IRS penalties, you're gonna have to pay back taxes and things like that, plus interest and everything else, potentially some fines. Plus it like disrupts your reputation. Most of how we are successful doing this group practice or solo is our human capital and investment about this is who I am, I'm good at what I do, I'm known for caring for my people, both my clients and my employees and people that work with me. And those relationships are priceless, and once those get tarnished, it's really hard to repair them if you can. There we go. So what if W-2s actually made your life easier? So how many of you know how you want your notes done, right? How many of you know kind of the culture you want, the environment that you want to work in and the people in it, right? How many of you know which EHR you want? Speaking of systems, these are like two great really intro things to talk about. By the way, AI did all these slides in terms of how AI did it. So did the content and did the layout. So if some of the graphics aren't up to snuff, I just didn't really go through and tweak. But in terms of how AI can be useful, this saved hours worth of building out this presentation. We all have a vision of what we want the work environment to be. And the structure really lets things get clear. And with 1099, you can kind of sort of say, hey, well, I might do it this way or I might do these other things. Whereas with W-2, you actually get to say, here's our playbook, here's where we're going to do it, here's the employee relations, and all those other things. So differences in how W-2s versus like 1099s kind of play out. So employee status, we withhold taxes if we're W-2, which is, again, it sounds scary. We'll get to like the setup and who you need to kind of help set this up later on and kind of demystify it. Benefits can be really anything from like, hey, here's $15 a month towards CEU tuition, whatever you want to pay, those kind of things, all the way up to health insurance and other things like that. And then work structure is, I know it says employee control or employer control, but really we're directors. One of the shifts for me was talking to an HR consultant about 1.5 years ago about why not W-2, and I was like, well, I don't really want to like manage people that way. And she's like, you don't have to change your management style, which I'm going to bookmark and we can come back to because it does change too. But the idea of like micromanaging a boss or micromanaging other people and saying, this is how you should do things. I'm very independent, empowerment oriented. So I'm like, if your baseline for humaning is here and you have a graduate degree and then medical licenses, your bar is kind of a little higher in terms of my perspective. just because you've done the work and shown you're capable of it. And that still doesn't mean you don't need some guidance on how to then employ it and put it into practice, which is why being a mentor as a boss and leading things out, the W-2 model works better. Basically, as an independent contractor, you can kind of see everything is on them. So really, at some point, why do they need you, right? So some other things with this. No, I got the right button figured out. So cost-wise, short term, it's much easier to start 1099. It's like, hey, you could literally write on a napkin, I'll pay you $50 a session, you clock the hours, send me an invoice, and you're done, right? It can be that simple and straightforward. But long term, like, again, why am I really here? Because the relationship's much looser by design. Turnover risk much higher, right? W-2s, again, people really want to have the structure to then do what they're really there to do, which is to be a functional be a functional, happy human, hopefully, and then also be a really good therapist. And training investment, W-2, it's going to be more because long-term you have more systems in place because you've provided the structure to allow them not to freak out. And then at the end of it, like, you are at really big risk 1099, especially after rule changes last year, and we'll kind of talk about some of those, about what's weighted differently and why those matter. But in essence, this is kind of it. Long-term too, like, how much does it take you to train an employee? How long do y'all spend, how many spend 3 months onboarding? How many spend 6 months onboarding before you really feel like they know everything's going on? So about 6 months in, you can turn them loose and they're good to go, right? So how much of your time as a business owner, how much of your investment in terms of paying other people to help train them for that, that's a big investment, right? So if somebody comes in for 3 months and bails, you've trained them up on how to go do their own thing on their own. So long-term wise, you're much better off. Finding data in our field is really difficult. I just want to acknowledge, because we don't report data because we don't have time. We're busy business owners. So this was just something to say roughly about 42 to 45% of the model right now is a W-2 only. I have one contractor. She works full-time. She remains contract for other people. Her passion population's working with people in incarceration and navigating in and out of that transition. And so if I ever really needed to say this is why this person's specifically still 1099, she has always worked a full-time job somewhere else with me and been kind of, I'm her side hustle. And she works with a really specific population. If she has bandwidth, she takes on other clients. But outside of that, everybody else is W-2, whether it's part-time, full-time, it doesn't matter. So what do you need? So it's not, you can't do it yourself. Like, I have this HR certification, I took a test. I'm not an HR person, meaning I don't have years of experience working in HR in the corporate sense. But HR right now is going to be built into your payroll systems, which you're going to need anyway to pay people. So Gusto, ADP, although I think most people shifted off of ADP because there was some big thing that happened a couple years ago, but Gusto and lots of other companies like that do payroll, do what's called fractional HR. And so part of the big setup challenge with W-2 and getting it rolling, and I'm going through this now that I'm adding in AFLAC benefits and other things, is how do I get benefits I'm going to provide deducted off my payroll? And so working with someone that's doing payroll for me now, that just recently got outsourced, we're kind of ironing kinks out. But I have people that are in place that this is what they do for a living, which is set up payroll, manage HR specifics, do things like the I-9 hiring paperwork and verify you're allowed to work in the company or country and other things. All that's really there. And so HR and payroll are kind of these two units that are kind of linked up. Either way, if you're a 1099 practice or a W-2 practice, you need to have at least one attorney involved that can navigate you through employment law. And you need somebody state specific, just because each state's going to be very different. The requirements for doing HR or any payroll or any other status kind of thing in California, Illinois, Michigan, Colorado, they're all going to be very different than my state of North Carolina, which is kind of a free-for-all. So you're always going to need an employment attorney. I'm actually meeting with kind of my group owner friends, collective attorney next week. We've all kind of shared paperwork, but it's time I actually start that relationship with them now that I'm really building in employee handbook and structure and other things like that. So you have a team of professional people. This is my one graphic I was really not super happy with AI, but this is what we end up with. So you as a practice owner, you're kind of the center point of things. And the more I've done this and more I've grown, you really are the center point of that web and everything interconnects. And if you have ever done couples or family, you realize every time you add a person, your relationships kind of grow exponentially. And at some point you reach a size to where you can't be 90% of the entire system and process. And so again, you have lots of help for this. They're professionals. These are going to be your accountants, your bookkeepers, your payroll, your companies, your employment attorneys and things like that. So all of that's there. It's accessible. And again, most of this is going to be on the front end for W-2. Once it's up and running, everyone I know that's done this for years has reassured me kind of it just keeps going. And maybe you hit a kink and you tweak it, but you're going to have a kink and have to tweak it no matter what. So what you end up doing is you get to create the culture. We have weekly team meetings on Fridays. That's when my team kind of decided to do that. It's going to be interesting to see how much bandwidth for that I still have down the road as we grow, but that's what we have. We do a monthly supervision thing. I call it an outside supervisor that's a friend of mine. We have a whole clinical consultation group that usually runs about 90 minutes. Everybody's kind of on the same page about values, and this is what we get to create. What you end up gaining is the stability because you know your team's invested in you the same way you are in them. You get control, meaning to some degree, but really it's more about guidance and giving them structure, kind of like the previous speaker said. I really like the structure builds in accountability, which then leads to empowerment. And that control piece too is like, people want stuff spelled out. And if you don't spell it out, and this is that kind of difference in management style things, employees will want everything spelled out, like A is for apples, B is for bananas, in the whole thing, and then you go through the spelling of the words. So just know ahead of time, if you haven't done this, that you are going to have a learning curve from a management perspective to have a little more direction, because that's actually what people want. And once it's done, and once you have the policies laid out, again, everything kind of cruises along. So more front-end setup. Retention, when you have people that are like, hey, I get health insurance or dental or these other things through your company, greater retention. Also, I can see the investment you're putting in me because my work comes back in the form of CE credits, benefits, these other things. And then the peace of mind of like, the IRS isn't gonna come knocking on my door and say, here's 5 years of however much penalty and back taxes from some disgruntled employee that filled the form out on the IRS site and then got you in trouble. So risk indicators, the more you kind of offer people as 1099s, the more at risk you kind of end up. There's ways you can kind of work around this to kind of say, hey, well, I'm offering the EMR, but my 1099 contractor is paying for their seat and doing these other things, but you basically have to set everybody up as vendors, and then you're constantly doing this back and forth accounting about, well, they paid rent for the office and paid for these other things, and I can't really do it. And it just ends up being an administrative burden after a while to not do the W-2 thing for what you already want, which is consistency across your entire platform and practice. You can do the supervised documentation, some other things like that. If you are a 1099 person, do not pay for psychology today. That is a huge red flag, so please be aware. So just a quick little thing. How much are they doing? Yes, it's a W-2. I still don't control schedules. People set their own thing, but if I really needed to, I could. It's not something I want to do as a boss. It's just not my style. Really, like the big thing on the bottom, do you really want them to know if you want to give direction on how they do the work? And then the other thing is, if it's an ongoing project, if it's ongoing, meaning no end in sight, they're definitely a W-2. So basically things you can do now, check with your payroll company, do an audit just like the previous speaker said, and just say, hey, like, am I good? Sit down with an employment attorney. Even if you just sit down for a consult and go spend an hour there, it'll let you know where you need to maybe like realign if needed. Final thought is like, this is really how this is going to work in the future. The other, I guess, big takeaway too from this last point is if your primary goal, like primary business is plumbing, and you have plumbers, they're W-2s because it's the purpose of your business. So if your purpose of your business is therapy, and you have therapists, they're W-2s because it's kind of the #1 reason you're in business. So what can you do? I mean, obviously, like I'm one of the consultants, so plug practice the practice. We have lots of resources for all this. Be happy to work with you as a group or one-on-one. Like I said previously, there's a ton of other resources you can kind of find out in terms of other people to talk to. But that's kind of my spiel, my W-2 pitch. You can get a hold of us here. And if you have any questions, please reach out. Yes?
I have a comment and a question.
Yes.
I thought I was really smart kind of gaming the system by having all my full-time people being W-2s and my very, very part-time people being contractors. And then our practice attorney basically said, they're doing the same job, so they need all the W-2s.
Yep.
So I finally bit the bullet and made them all W-2s. Thank you. My question is, for those of us, when we talk about controlling their schedule, I never control anyone's schedule. However, primarily we are an in-person practice, brick and mortar, which means people have room reservations. And they need to ask permission if they want to try to come in at a time that's not in their room reservation. So in a sense, we do control schedules, right? And I just wonder, from your opinion, do you consider, and do you think the IRS would consider having people have room reservation times as controlling their schedule for the purpose of an IRS audit?
You could very easily make a case that it's resource management. So I have 10 rooms available and 15 clinicians, and there's only so many hours in the day, and we can't share. And you could try to argue it that way. I really don't know what the IRS would decide to do with it, but philosophically, you could make that argument there. It would be how I would probably approach it. So one more, and I think I'm out of time. I think they're going to run me off stage. So
Hi.
Yes.
Is there a formula out there for figuring out how much a W-2 employee will cost the business?
There are. That's a tough question because everybody's got different models and different things. And so like Asheville's a really tight area, so what it costs the business and our margins are going to be different than maybe what other places could do, especially for an insurance-based practice versus private pay. Really, at the end of the day, it's just being comfortable getting to know your numbers and kind of look to say, hey, roughly it's going to be this versus that. In short, just to do a super quick summary, having done the 1099 to W-2, your 1099 percentage, let's say it's 60%, you need to factor in 7.6% for the employee side, like income tax related things, about 1% for unemployment, probably about 1.5% for workers' comp insurance, and then they're gonna be on your malpractice, so roughly 10%. So if 60% is your like good spot as a 1099 in your market, figure 50% is gonna go to them, and then about 10% of that is stuff that doesn't make it to their paycheck, but you pay on their behalf. Yep. Cool. Well, thank y'all. Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. One of the numbers that we often use with our consulting is around 40% going towards the wages when you're doing W-2s. No, keep it. Do it backwards again. Screw the whole thing up. You know, one thing when we're doing consulting that is our point of view is like, you know, if I have a consulting client that I'm their lead consultant, we make sure that you have access to the whole team. And so it's awesome because I don't have to know all that stuff, and Andrew does. So if one of my consulting clients is like, hey, should I do W-2s? I'm thinking W-2s. I'm just like, here, use one of your sessions to work with Andrew. And so you really get access to the entire team with consulting. We have another one of our consultants. We have Melissa Schneider, who's going to be joining us talking about want a 7-figure practice, take insurance. And so I'm just going to move this to the back because I realized that was like right in front of Andrew. So Melissa, welcome.
So yeah, I'll go set it up. Hello, everybody. Now I'm a little nervous about this clicker situation, but let's see how it goes. Okay. We're just gonna do a test. Wow, okay. I'm not usually good at technology, so I'm feeling proud of myself. I'm just gonna make a little space here. Alrighty, guys. Hello, Group Practice Boss Conference. It's great to be here and to recognize so many faces. I never go to a conference and know people. So today, we're going to be talking about the power of curating an amazing in-network insurance strategy for your group practice. And to set the stage, I'm going to take you back to my first insurance job. Yep, it's 2013. I worked in downtown Jersey City, steps away from the Hudson River with the Manhattan skyline glittering in the distance. The group practice was a little less glittery. It was in the basement of the rectory of a local Catholic church. The practice owner knew the priest, and for a handshake and $600, which was really cheap even then, we had a one-room counseling center. This was one of those part-time 1099 gigs everyone knows about, right? I had a 50-50 fee split. I, too, was able to pay $40 a week for supervision that had to be provided by an LCSW on staff. Admittedly, a 75-year-old nun, but she was pretty badass. I learned a lot from her. Our accommodations were serviceable but uninspiring. The basement was a little bit damp, and if clients had to use the bathroom between, say, April and October, they were greeted by a flurry of lacy black flies. Luckily, they were easy to whack with the latest issue of Psychology Today in between session. But despite these charms, I will be forever grateful for this poorly paid gig in a fly-ridden basement in Jersey City because of the education I received in insurance. because it was a fee split and the fee has to arrive, every 2 weeks I would get an envelope with a little itemized list of which panels had paid for which dates of service, how much. I observed that some panels thought I was worth $50, others thought I was worth $90 for the exact same CPT code. I observed that some clients came for free, some had to pay the whole fee, and everything in between. What a system we had, I thought. So I did eventually get my clinical hours, and I made $19,000 a year at this part-time job. But the real gift is that I left this job understanding that there was a strategy game to be played with insurance that my boss was not playing. He didn't even have the board. And I'm sad to say, 13 years later, he's no longer in business in Jersey City, but I am, and we don't have flies in the bathroom. So let's talk insurance. So to introduce myself, I'm Melissa Schneider, LCSW, dual practice owner of a large in-network practice, Resolution Counseling Center. We have about 55 therapists on staff. 2 years ago, we opened an out-of-network practice for our more advanced folks to move up into. We have 8 therapists in that practice right now. And figuring out all of this, how to win at in-network insurance, how to solve the puzzles that will let you give your staff a sustainable income that can grow with them over a rewarding professional career, that's what really motivates me to go through the headache of running 2 group practices. Because I think our first mission as practice owners is to understand the whole game, right? So that we can give our people the best pay and the best benefits that we can reasonably afford for them. So I'm proud to say that early career therapists at RCC usually earn between $60,000 and $75,000. They have medical, dental, and vision. They get life insurance. They get a pay period incentive, and they get a semi-annual profit share. And their earning potential just goes up from there. We have middle managers, we have state supervisors, we have executive directors of locations, we have those advanced therapists that are out of network practice. They earn in the 80s, 90s, or make 6 figures. And this is all possible because of a smart in-network insurance strategy that forms the lion's share of the practice. So, today, I'm gonna teach you how to use a really simple business model to forecast possible outcomes if you make this decision or make that decision. So keep your phone handy. I'm gonna share a QR code in a few minutes. It's just a free copy of this business model. You can download it, use it for your own purposes. It'll just be publicly available and free online through the end of the conference. I also want you to get ready to guess. We're gonna do a little option A, option B, test our gut, and then we'll see what the model says. All right, so let's dive in to your core business model. So you can make super complex business models, and you probably should, but to start, we're gonna do a really simple one. You're gonna need to know 6 things. First, the average session fee that the practice brings in, just across everybody, across all the panels or arrangements. Then you're gonna need to know, on average, what you pay for one session to be done. So again, just everyone's rates across all your people, get one number, and include anything else that you're paying for, if you pay for PTO or something. Sessions per month at the practice, just an average number of therapists on staff, hopefully you've got that one down. Expenses as a % of your revenue, so practices tend to run somewhere between 15 and 30%. And then if you are a W-2, any taxes you're responsible for, you'll wanna know what that is. And I would concur with Andrew, it's about 11% that we plan in New Jersey. Okay, so let's take a look. So don't be alarmed if you do not love spreadsheets. This one, you're gonna input on the right the 6 pieces of data we just talked about, and then it's gonna create this little output on the left. So this practice we were just talking about, 7 therapists, average fee of $120. People are working full-time. We define that as 105 sessions a month at our practice, just over the year with PTO and that kind of thing. Got your taxes. And then it creates this output on the other side. You can see monthly what's going on with expenses and taxes. But you can also see annually a picture of what the owner level would be earning and also what one clinician would earn, because I just think we're all used to thinking in terms of annual earnings a bit more. Okay, so get ready. Here's your QR code. So snap a little picture of that. We're gonna be talking to 2 groups of people today, and I'm glad that Joe did the little survey in the beginning. So I'm gonna be talking to folks who are out of network and maybe have never taken insurance. We're gonna look at what would happen if you added one panel. We're also then gonna look at in-network practices. What would happen if you chose this panel, didn't choose that panel? So we're gonna look at kind of all the scenarios. Okay, so hopefully you've got your picture. If you missed this, just find me. I have it on my phone somewhere. Okay, so let's put our out-of-network practice hat owner on. You are now the proud owner of this practice. 7 out-of-network therapists. Everyone's part-time. People on average are doing about 13 sessions a week, 55 a month. Your average fee is high because it's out-of-network, so $160. Your fee split, when it's all said and done, the therapist gets 55, the practice gets 45. Overhead expenses are just at a nice typical 20%. Okay, so we're first gonna model where we're starting today before we mess with anything else. So this is gonna be our first, well here, let me show you. Nope, okay, I think this is the one where I just show you the guest first. Okay, so I want you to think about option A, right? Let's say that this practice owner is thinking about increasing the marketing spend, right? It's gonna stay out of network, but we just need some more clients. Option B is let's join one panel, okay? So I just wanna take a little gut check. Who thinks that spending more, and we're gonna bring that up to 25% our expenses, but getting more clients that can pay the $160 is gonna be better? And who thinks that adding a panel that's gonna pay $105 a session, but would get everyone full-time would be better? So option A, stay out of network, spend more on marketing. Oh, wow, did I skewed the deck. Option B, take one panel, get everyone full-time. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so this is where the practice is starting, right? So those part-time folks are earning about $50,000. Practice owner can take home about $118, okay? But people wanna work a little more. So we asked our model these questions, and then we're gonna see what happens if we add that, if we do the marketing spend. Okay, so, wow, big improvement, right? People were working part-time and earning 50K, now they could earn 78,000. The owner went from 117 to 134. So nothing to sneeze at there, right? That worked. But let's see what happens if we can get everybody full-time with that lower average rate. Surprisingly, even better, right? Your therapists that are half out of network, half in network could earn about 83,000 in this practice, plus you could give them benefits because they're full-time. But what I want you to notice is the owner in the out-of-network solution, owner pay went up to 134. In the in-network solution, owner pay went up to 217, right? So this means that you would have profit that you could now start to make decisions about, right? And this is how scale begins. Because, I mean, maybe you need 215,000, but maybe you're like, let's get a bookkeeper up in here. Let's get a second, let me get an EA. Let's get a, like a fractional CFO or a business manager. You can begin to bring in the expertise that your practice needs to do better. Okay, so let's take a look at scale, right? So in the scenario we just looked at, probably better choice to add that one panel for the staff of 7, but there's like a whole world beyond that, right? It's hard to make a really ginormous out-of-network practice, but you can scale an in-network one. So let's say that over the next year or two, that owner can hire 15. Then what happens? So same great deal for those therapists who are half in network, half out of network, but owner pay goes up to 465,000, right? You could really start to do some things here, right? You could give away a lot of your duties. You could bring in the kind of expertise you would need. You could open another location. You could improve pay and benefits. You can add a 401k. You can add pay period incentives, right? You get to make the decisions. So I'm gonna pivot to talking to my in-network folks, but I wanna interlude with a fact, in my anecdotal opinion, which is that if you're gonna run a practice, you're gonna have to do something hard to fix problems, right? And I have just found that it is easier to pull that in-network insurance lever. You can get a billing service, you can consult with people, there are like established answers to your questions about why Cigna would deny this thing. But if your problem is that your out-of-network therapists don't have enough clients and you need to pull that marketing lever, it's just hard. Help is expensive and no one can promise that it will work. We're on our 3rd pay-per-click provider at our out-of-network practice. Okay, so I already take insurance, but we're not, we've kind of plateaued, right? So put on your in-network practice owner hat. You now have a staff of 10. Average fee across your various panels is 115. People are like really close to full-time, but just on average, they're not quite getting there. which means you can't give them the benefits you want to give them, which is maybe hindering recruiting. So the practice owner is thinking, okay, should I add the other big panel in town, right? We've kind of avoided it, but there's a lot of clients. Maybe it could double that client base, maybe triple it, but they only pay $100 a session, right? And the one we've got, on average, $115. So, which is gonna be better? So, first, let's see where the practice is today, right? We'll model the starting scenario. So, an in-network practice might be attractive to earlier career therapists. People are earning $65,000 on average. The owner is making about $240,000. Okay, so time for guessing. Who thinks that we add the new panel, drop the rate but go for volume? Okay, we've got a few. Who thinks, don't do that, think of something else, but I don't love this lower rate? Okay, let's take a look. It was not better. Everyone worked a little bit more for a little bit less. I'll just toggle back. So not a huge number difference. You know, we're losing about $1,000 on each one, but for the joy of losing $1,000, therapists had to work full time, and this practice owner had to do all the things: get credentialed, update the website, change the intake process, talk to clients. So, opportunity cost-wise, right? They could have been doing something better. You know, practice owners could always be doing any of 23 things on your list, right? So we would probably think of this as a business error, unless it wasn't an error. What if that practice owner is like, yeah, I'll take the little dip down because we just doubled our client base, right? I can hire 25 people. I can open a second location, right? So a business model can't tell you if it's like a good idea or a bad idea, right? It depends on your goals, right? And what you want to be able to offer your team and what you would want to be able to do for yourself as well and your family. So, speaking of big practices, let's look at a business model for large practices. And before you get excited about large practices, just want you to know they're also very stressful, but you can run one and you could do an amazing job of it. So put on a bigger hat, maybe that guy's hat. You are now the proud owner of an in-network practice where you've got a staff of 50. Average fee is $110. People are working full-time, so they're doing that 105 sessions a month. In this model, you're gonna have like a middle manager layer, right? So that is gonna be a higher cost. But interestingly, your fixed expenses are gonna go down. They're gonna be more like 10% because you just have more people to share like malpractice and rent and whatever with, right? So in the free online model, there's a tab for like over 20, so I just put in like some slightly different estimates. The thing I'll say for this particular slide is it's critical to design revenue positive positions in that middle layer. Right, so your managers, your state supervisors, they need to carry a caseload that covers their costs and brings in like a little bit of profit. Otherwise, your provisionally licensed folks have to support them and the model kind of falls apart real quick. So just make sure it's like coming out green at the end, right? So let's take a look at where this practice is today. Okay, so therapist, still earning a decent wage, $65,000, but this owner has $900K coming in, double take, right? You could do a lot with that. You can make lots of decisions, right? You could be bringing in a chief financial officer. You could be bringing in like a chief marketing officer, right? You can bring in an HR partner. You can really add benefits. You can increase pay. You can have a CEU program. You can do a lot of things, right? Again, only you'll know what are the right things. I want to say, again, just hearkening back, it would be very unlikely to have an out-of-network practice that would make you an additional $900,000 in profit. It's certainly not easy to build it as an in-network practice either, but for the right entrepreneur, it's like a reasonable business goal, right? You can scale the thing over time. You can figure out which insurance panels are popular in your state. You can develop a strategy. So it's important to know kind of what the options are. Okay, so I want to connect us back to that fly-ridden basement to talk about what my old boss could have been doing for me. This is 12 or 13 years ago, but his average fee was probably $65, if I remember. What up, GHI, paying us $65? Like, what's going on? Or $45? They were, you know, if he had strategized and just dropped the 3 worst paying panels, right? Just decided, like, let me bring that average fee up to like 80, right? We're still serving most of New Jersey, right? he could have given me a 25% raise for the exact same work. He wouldn't have had to train me. Like, nothing else would change, right? Just who he's saying yes to. We were also using code 90834, the 45-minute code. That's fine, but the 60-minute code pays about 50% more on average for like 10 or 15 more minutes of work, and I ran over all the time. I didn't even know that was code. So if we'd been doing 90837s with the right panels, he could have paid me $30,000 for what he was paying me $19,000 for, which, if you have your calculator handy, is a 60% raise. So I want to leave you with this important takeaway. My old boss did not have an insurance strategy. He was just taking insurance, which is why insurance has a bad rep, right, for being low paying. But you don't need to do that. You can be insurance savvy. So if you're here thinking like, sounds great, but I don't know what a HICFA is, just find services, right? We met that company, Practice Solutions. They're here. There's something called Be Your Own Biller, where they teach practice owners to do it themselves. There's Barbara Griswold of the Insurance Maze. She's retiring next month, but you can still pay for her courses. So just learn. It's possible to learn. Ease in, right? Just take one panel and don't take a complicated one. I love Aetna. Find out if they pay a reasonable rate in your area and if like more than 20% of the population has them, because you can't build a practice on something nobody has. But if they're there, take them. Look into supervisory billing. Again, that could be a whole workshop. Every panel has its own rules. Every state has its own rules. It's like really hard to figure out the right answer. But if you can do it, it's a really good model for being in network. Lastly, hearkening back to talk number 2, do the billing yourself until you know it well enough that you can then like know that your vendor or biller person is doing a good job, right? A billing service is going to make sense when you're submitting about 800 claims a month or about 100K in revenue. Definitely get a service. Don't just keep doing it yourself forever, but know what they're doing in there so that they don't do it wrong, because that can really be expensive. Okay, guys. So I'm here, happy to talk in the breakout sessions. If you want to nerd out on business strategy and spreadsheets, or just ask general questions, those are my kiddos. And you can email me. I'm a consultant with Practice of the Practice. You can also apply online. And you can also check out Resolution Counseling and Cultivate Therapy just to see what we're doing. All right, thank you, guys.
Well, that was awesome. Sometimes the number side of it, we forget about that. And we lead with our hearts, which is what we want, but also running those numbers is so important. In a minute, but not yet, we're going to be breaking up into different groups to have conversations. So I'm going to tell you about that in just a second, but just a couple announcements that the team wants me to make sure I remind you of. You'll see up on the screen, there we go. On the screen in a little bit, throughout lunch, you'll see a QR code where you can post your pictures. And you can do 10 pictures a day, and it'll go into this like photo album. So just scan that. You don't need to download any app. You literally just give it permission while you have that website open. You can take a picture right then, and then it just uploads it. So if you want to take some fun pictures, that's going to be up there. Also, people are asking about the presentation slides. We will be emailing those out to you after the conference is over. So feel free to take pictures. That makes the speaker feel like you're engaged and care, but you're also going to get them emailed. We're going to have lunch after the discussion. So lunch is going to kick off at 12:30. So we're going to be having these discussions for about 45 minutes. So the first one is going to be on the staircase, and that's going to be, Andrew's going to be facilitating that. That's going to be for people that are newer to group practice, maybe smaller group practice. So to get there, you probably saw it when you checked in, you're just going to go straight out the doors, and then there's that big staircase where you can have discussions. In here, in the Alluvion conference space, just hang out here. Nicole is going to be leading that. So if you are medium, kind of larger practices, come in here. And then if you feel like you're a larger practice, you're a larger practice. If you find you're the smallest fish, good for you. If you find you're the biggest fish, that's great, or go to the other one. Yeah, so, yeah, I'd say however you want to define it. And then the crow's nest, that's going to be, there's an elevator. You just go straight out here, an elevator to your left. Yep, your left, right in front of the bathrooms. Just go up a floor. And Jen is going to be leading a discussion in the crow's nest. And we're going to have staff at each of those places to help you get there. You're going to get off the elevator. I think it's sort of a U-turn. That's also a great place when you get your lunch. If you are an introvert and you want to have a little quiet time, there's a beautiful patio out there. There's just some kind of quieter space. I want to encourage you during the lunchtime to talk to other practice owners, get to know them, talk to some of our friends and sponsors, and then from there, ask some questions, learn a little bit about what they're doing. So you can also go out by the river, be safe along it, you're all adults. But there's some nice little kind of trails over there. So whatever you need during lunchtime. So we're going to go into those groups in just a second. Team, is there anything I missed? We're killing it. Awesome. All right, so if you don't know what to do, look for one of us with the white name tags. Our team has the white name tags. So go ahead and go off with your groups, and we will see you at lunch. Welcome back, everybody. How was your lunch? It was that bad? How was your lunch? All right. Well, we have Daniel coming up here in just a second. He's going to be talking about balancing the many hats of being a business owner. And so if we could just, looks like they're shutting those doors too. Awesome. People might be trickling in. So without any further ado, I give you Daniel. Woo!
Oh, here's the clicker. Thank you.
And you don't get my espresso.
Oh, no. I already had one. Joke's on Joe. Okay. So how does this work? Okay. So how many people in here are ready to admit that they failed before? Yeah, it's just about everyone. Failure is part of life. But most of you, actually all of you, are far from failures. Out of every 100 applicants to a therapy graduate program, only 40 are accepted. 28 graduate, and 13 open their private practice. And just 1 out of 100 opens a group practice. So everyone here deserves to be here. So give yourselves a round of applause. I also have a group practice. We have about 20 clinicians, a couple admins. It's a very exciting time to be alive. And nevermore has the idiom, if I can do it, you can do it, been more true. I wasn't always the boss man. Not too long ago, I was a starving artist in LA. I wanted to be a Broadway star. And I don't know if you know this, but auditions, they're not the most lucrative of things. So I was broke. And in a city like LA, they treat you like dirt when you don't have money. I think the worst part is they look at you like dirt. So I don't know what it was first, the severe depression or the missed rent, but I had to move back in with my mom. Classic failure to launch. My first major life failure. But then a few community college credits later, I joined the Air Force Reserve Officer Training Program at the University of Washington. And there I witnessed a strict culture, stricter rules, and a passion for efficiency. The men and women of the United States military, they truly excel at the execution of duty. And I have nothing but respect for our troops. It was an honor to march within their ranks, to be part of something bigger than myself. But it turns out aeronautical engineering and differential calculus are actually quite hard, so I failed at that too. My second life failure, and my respect for any engineers out in the crowd. I think it's amazing what you do. But then I was on my way to becoming a therapist. I landed a good job. I was getting paid a decent salary. I was seeing clients, but I rubbed my manager the wrong way. I think they were more of a task manager, and I was more of a theorist. So I was gracefully resigned 3 months later. You will meet failure. But the good news is, opening a private practice and a group practice, it's easier than you think. Well, it's easier than aeronautical engineering. You just have to remember this one thing. The one trick that you need to be a successful group practice owner is simply be a good CFO, CEO, founder, legal liaison, lead interior designer, lead web designer, facilities director, social media manager, event coordinator, crisis manager, intake specialist, insurance balance specialist, HR director, chief marketing officer, public speaker, and always a good person. Okay, it's not that easy, but you can do it, but you can't do it all. You gotta learn to pick your battles. When I was in high school, I was in band, and I played the trumpet. And right on theme, I failed at that too. I was horrible at it. But at least I got to talk to the color guard, because the cutest girls are always in color guard. But band means band camp. And at band camp, I learned I was the class champion at a fast slapping card game called Egyptian Rat. It goes by different names. Egyptian Rat Screw, somebody know what I'm talking about over here? Yeah, Egyptian Rat Flap, okay, some people call it Rat Killer, Egyptian War, it has like 50 names. Some people think it's Slapjack, it's not Slapjack, trust me. How many have played this game before? Oh, okay, what's up? Find me afterwards, let's do a tournament. If you don't know the game, the rules are a little bit complex, but you just need to know the royal point system. If I draw an ace, that gives my opponent 4 chances to beat me. If I draw a king, it gives my opponent 3 chances to beat me. If I draw a queen, it gives my opponent 2 chances to beat me. But if I draw a jack, it gives my opponent just 1 chance to beat me. So naturally, the jacks are the most valuable card in the game. And if a jack lands on another jack, you can slap it at any time for a double win. And that's how I won, every single time. You can tell the new players because they'll celebrate over a pair of aces. But when the real pros got together, we'd look at a pair of aces and we'd think, do you want those? And I'd say, no, I think you need them more than I do. It's about high impact priorities. That's how you balance the hats. But what's more, you have to turn on your laser focus, because if there's anything you're going to slap, it's going to be that jack. So now you know the secret. Your mind has a limited energy every day of psychic energy. Roy Baumeister proved this in his 1990s experiment. He put 2 groups in a room. And in that room there was a table. And on that table there was some cookies and some radishes. And he told one group, you mustn't eat the cookies, they're reserved for another group. And the other group, free reign on the cookies. They could eat as many as they like. He then gave them a puzzle. And the puzzle was unsolvable. Of course, they didn't know it was unsolvable, but the real test was to see how long they would take before giving up. And the radish group gave up much sooner than the cookies group. Not because they were worse at puzzles, but because they had depleted their psychic energy resisting the freshly baked, delicious chocolate chip cookies. In essence, they wasted time slapping aces. Your energy is finite, okay? Pick your battles, eat the cookie, and slap the jack. Which begs the question, what are your company's jack cards? I can't tell you what your company's jack cards are, but I can give you a compass based on my experience that might help you navigate the troubling waters of entrepreneurship. Be authentic, take care of your people, be bold, and have grit. Now let's talk about some of the more exciting hats you get to wear as a business owner. I'm talking the CEO hat, the CFO hat, the COO hat, the business executive leadership hats, the boss hats. Now, as a business executive, the guiding question is always, what is best for the company? And 9 times out of 10, that's going to be taking care of your people. Simon Sinek said 100% of customers are people, 100% of employees are people. If you don't understand people, you don't understand business. I tend to agree with him. Howard Schultz, Starbucks CEO, said we're not in the coffee business serving people, but in the people business serving coffee. And Steve Jobs, who can forget about Steve Jobs? Great things in business are never done by one person, they're done by a team of people. Okay, admittedly, taking care of your people doesn't mean taking care of everyone, because not everyone's your people. As a CEO, I've had an employee not show up to work, stop answering emails, text messages. They quite literally ghosted the company. I've had an employee offer me Molly and cocaine. Some people are not your people. But most people can surprise you if you give them a chance. I had an employee who had multiple complaints in a week, which is surprising because most of my employees don't have any complaints. So my first instinct was to fire her. And this was the first time I had to consider firing somebody. But after a long consultation with my personal business coach and consultant, AKA my dad, I decided to use patience. I heard them out, and what I heard was pretty life-debilitating circumstances. Life hits hard sometimes. So I gave them some PTO and told them to take it easy. And today that employee is my longest-standing, most reliable clinician who delivers quality care every single week. Okay. If you practice compassion, it usually pays off, usually. But we have to take care of our employees in concrete ways as well. So let's talk about money. I know it's not everyone's favorite conversation, but we have to talk about it. Where does the money go? What % goes where? How much do we pay our employees? To answer these kinds of questions, we have to stand on the shoulders of giants. And one such giant is Costco, who offers a valuable lesson for all of us in business administration. Fair compensation and wages. Hear me out. fair compensation is not just an ethically sound choice, it's a strategic one. It saves on administration time, hiring stress, hiring costs, and the endless cycle. I know a lot of it's automated now, but the endless cycle of training new clinicians. Because finding great clinicians and keeping them is one of the biggest challenges for any new company learning to grow. But here's the catch. You could pay someone the most generous salary in the industry, and still they might think it's too low. I learned this firsthand. As a CFO and an HR, as a head of HR, your job isn't just about making the financial decisions. It's about explaining them. Okay. Right. Because a good company broadcasts why they're better than the competition. Otherwise, it's not until after the employee quits and that they see their first COBRA bill that they realize how much the company was paying on their behalf. So I keep a detailed budget. I run the numbers. I know every cent that goes in and out of the system. And I make sure that my employees know theirs. This clarity becomes my armor during tough financial conversations. For example, I had an employee that was caught in an email back and forth with me and my administrators about their pay. There was some miscalculated income, there was a mistake on paychecks' part, there was a mistake on my part, and that didn't help things. And despite our attempts to clarify and rectify, things got messy. And when things get messy around money, it's really hard to repair. But even then, I remembered, I knew my worth, I knew my numbers, I knew my business, I knew I was doing everything in my power to pay them a salary that was above market average. And that clear conscience and confidence allowed us to reach a resolution. Okay, we did it. Everyone take a breath. We got through the money talk. I'm proud of us. Now I invite you, if you so choose, to imagine you're on a beach, okay? And the sand is beneath your toes, and you see the blue skies and the of the waves, and suddenly you're struck by the most gorgeous human you've ever met. And you're thinking, dang, what I would do if I had a chance to show them all of my Gottman skills to cultivate a long-lasting relationship full of admiration and respect. Whew. Your dialogue might be a little different, but your anxiety spikes, and you get in your head, and you talk yourself out of it, and you go back to your hotel room. Missed out an opportunity that could have been one of a lifetime. This sound familiar? Let's change the narrative, because this year is a year for boldness. Okay, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. You can't be part of the 1% if you don't take the first step. You can't cultivate relationships you don't start. So as the great goddess Nike once said, just do it. Do it! Just do it! Okay. For people who don't know that reference, I probably looked a little crazy, so thanks for your... I love Shia LaBeouf, he's great. Look him up, it's good. When I started my company, I put on the founder hat. I think most everyone in this room has put on a founder hat. And this one stays on, whether you're at the office or at vacation or you're sleeping. It'll test you and your relationships. It'll test your sense of self. But this is where grit comes in. Angela Duckworth, a psychologist, defined grit as the passion and perseverance for your long-term goals. And in her 2007 study, she found that grit outperformed both IQ and talent for predictors of success. And this makes sense on an intuitive level, because grit keeps you in the game, even though talent might open the doors. You don't have to be Steve Hawkins, you just can't quit. And every coaching program is going to tell you the same thing, don't quit. And they're going to ask you the same thing. What is your why? Joe will probably ask you that, or your coach will probably ask you that. What is your why? Because your why is what's left when you've burned through the midnight oil, when you realize you don't know a thing about accounting, but your taxes are due tomorrow, or you've been on hold with an insurance agent for 45 minutes only for them to transfer the call, for them to drop the call. Oh, yeah. Or when you're obsessing about, okay, should this email address my team as valued therapists or company or BC team, or I'll just write them all individual emails. It's what's left after you get hit with that sinking feeling that any moment they're all going to wake up and realize you don't know what you're doing. Because seriously, who wants to work for this DIY project you call a group practice? Yeah. But that why brings you back to the key, which is keep going. Just do it. Don't quit. And some of the whys in this room, I challenge you. Tonight, meet somebody new and ask them about their why. Because what you hear might blow you away. Because let's face it, we all could have been in the tech industry. We could have been driving much nicer cars, but we're not. We're here. We chose to show up for a reason. And if you're thinking, I don't know if I'm cut out for this, you are, because grit isn't some superhuman ability, it's a choice. It's a muscle you flex every time you show up, you pull through, and you keep believing in what you're building. And that grit's going to pay off. Ask Duckworth, it's science. And one more thing, my advice from me to you is be authentic. Be a real person. Thank you. Are you a person? I am. I knew it. Yes, maybe. Be real. The mask isn't fooling anyone. You know, everybody in this room is professionally trained to see through your mask, so just take it off. Be a human, trust yourself, and jump in. Thank you.
Awesome job. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You know, after lunch is oftentimes a time where, you know, we're starting to digest things and our body's moving and all that, and we're getting a little tired. So I'm going to teach you, and your stomach's going to flip. I'm going to just warn you that. An improv warm-up, and you aren't going to have to come on stage or talk to anybody. Okay. So let me show you how this goes. I need everyone to stand up, please. This is something that Nick, our photographer back there, who also is in the improv troupe, he's going to be joining us later on stage. He does this with me with a whole bunch of people. It's our way we build our energy before we go on stage. You may even hear us doing that before we come out. So what we're going to do is we're going to shake out 8. So what we do is we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so you got it so far. Then we're going to go to the other hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you're going to do a foot. If you need to hold a chair, please don't tip over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to go down to 7 and then 6. But while we're doing it, we're going to make eye contact with other people because this is a community. So it's going to be, you're going to be just looking around at people and smiling. So get ready to shake it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, louder. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Louder. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Louder. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. My God, you're amazing. Nick, we just shook it out with a bunch of people who have never shaken it out. Whew. You are now pumped for the attorney talk. Damn. John's like, what have I walked into? How do I follow shaking it out? Well, my friend John is joining us. He's local. He's someone that works nationwide. He's my employment law guy when I have questions personally, and I am so excited to have him join me on the stage in a second. And he provided lunch. So big hand for John. Come on up.
Thank you very much, Joe. Talk about a tough act to follow here. Well, you never start a speech with hello, my name is, or a joke. So hello, my name is John Gardner, John David Gardner, if my parents are here. They're not. But I do want to give them a shout out because they're both MSW social workers, primarily on the nonprofit side. But for 45 years, without consent and knowledge, I've been subject to various therapy and training techniques. So my joke, if that wasn't my joke, was when I told my wife that I was speaking to a group of practice bosses, practice group owners and therapists, she said, good, you need it. And I said, no, I'm speaking to them. So employment law is by far the most fun topic to talk about, to hear about. No, what I wanted to do today is really compare and contrast alpacas, Angora goats, employment law, drywalling, and electric conduit. Just bear with me. All right. Here is your practice in Fern mode or VC mode. Now, ordinarily, if you hear VC, you think venture capital. That's Mr. King's speech. If you have any difficult legal questions, save them for tomorrow. Dan's fantastic. VC here means vanilla cherry, and we're going to get to a vanilla cherry story. So when I think of our commonalities and our similarities between and among service professionals, attorneys, therapists, practice bosses, we're educated. You are educated. You are caring. You are driven. You are motivated. And perhaps you often take on a little bit more than you need or want to, right? Sometimes we're all reluctant, myself included, to ask for help. So who counsels the counselor? Put another way, I had a recent experience, and it's one of many that I could think of, but it is a recent experience in terms of drywalling. So for those of you who are not familiar with drywalling, it is highly technical, it is extraordinarily difficult, it is very low paying, and so I decided that I was gonna drywall our basement. So it's fairly easy. You take sheets in various sizes and widths, you screw them or nail them to the wall, and then you mud. And just as you can imagine, when you're mudding something, it's this nasty substance that you don't want. You put a little bit on, and then you sand a little bit. Then you put a little bit more on, and then you sand a little bit. And you put a little bit more on, and then you sand a little bit, and it creates this huge plume of dust that nobody wants. Okay, and this was going well for about an hour. And this is an entire basement. Then, what I started to do was realize when I stepped back that I had about 3 inches of mud on every seam. So instead of a flush wall, I had these giant seams that you could see from any angle. So then I decided I was gonna make more of like a stucco, maybe a plaster appearance, which didn't exactly work. So then I decided I was gonna call for help. And this particular gentleman came in, no questions, no assumptions, but he seemed to be, maybe job to job, and he just started laughing, hysterically laughing. And I said, what's going on? He said, did you put a little bit too much mud on? I said, I think so. And he just said, you want like a thin layer, and you want to sand immediately. And so the long and the short of it is, he had to completely do the project over, right? So I've not saved money, I've not saved time, and I've learned a very good lesson in humility, right? This was not a good use of my time. Maybe it's good for future stories, but it wasn't a good use of my time. Not that I'm above it or better than it. If you need drywalling, let me know. But it wasn't a good opportunity cost for me. And so when I think of your practice for you, and the same is true for me, right? It's important that I know what I don't know, and I accept that. Right? And so when we think about employment law, when we think about liability, when we think about maintaining corporate form, when we think about piercing the corporate veil, maybe we're not thinking about it, but to the point of Dan's discussion tomorrow, when you go to sell your practice, when you go to merge or acquire a practice, when you go to onboard existing talent, new and emerging talent, these become really, really important. These are hurdles that you can avoid proactively, but are very difficult and expensive if you're reacting. Let's quickly compare and contrast to, and I could fill in a number of projects, but I got a quote to run electrical from here to there. Thousands of dollars. Not being deterred, I went to the store, I bought electrical line, I had a shovel, I trenched 17 inches, I put it here, and I put it there. It cost, subject to fluctuating cost of copper, it cost $100, okay? That was a win. It's also important that you know when you can take something on, right? Don't hand over the keys to your practice to any professional, let alone an attorney. Now, why is that? Because of this smug guy, right? We are a service-based profession. Our model has not changed. We charge hourly. We have varying rates. We should be thought leaders in our space. You do not want an attorney to run your business. It is very expensive. We're not therapists. That is not something, right? We don't want to play armchair psychologist, psychiatrist, or therapist. That is not a good use of your time and your resources. What we can do is add value. One difference between our shared service professions is triage. I assume that you don't get a lot of folks coming into your offices at any varying pace that come in proactively, right? A lot of folks, I imagine, come to you in crisis, right? They come to you needing immediate advice. While that may be something that is the norm in your practice, if you come to a service professional in triage, the cost goes up, you have no basis of reference, they have no idea what's going on, and very often, right, because we qualify things, we'll say, well, had I talked to you 3 months ago, what I would have recommended was X. Now, we have to go to Z, and Z costs more. Time and opportunity, fees, right? There's a number of reasons why you would want to at least try to do a self-assessment. Let's do a health check, let's see where you're at, and try and get out in front of it, right? Because if you do that, here's a couple things you can do. One is, you may not like me. That's fine. There's a lot of me's. I'm using general references here. You're not stuck with the attorney or attorneys or firm if you can get out in front of it. If you can't, you're probably gonna have to go with who you got, right? And the cost will go up. And it is not, it doesn't allow you to fulfill what your business is about. So to try and define something by what not to do, very well-intentioned clients, often employers. In my universe, I figured out, we have this really high-tech technology, cutting edge, it's called conversations. We have conversations with people, and often in those conversations, they will let us know, they will let me know, I found a way to mitigate my risk. I found a way to reduce payroll costs. Really, how did you do that for your non-exempt workers? I pay them out of 2 different companies. Company A pays straight time, company B pays straight time, so I can avoid overtime. That's 100% wrong, okay? So the Department of Labor, any state, absolutely not. Okay, you know, fast forward, different company, very well-intentioned employers. We've got active owner A, passive owner B. Passive owner B says active owner A isn't paying taxes. It's not an issue though because it's his problem. Answer, no, it's your problem. It's joint and several, it's non-dischargeable. It can be civilly and criminally liable, okay. Any number of these instances could have and should have been avoided. Are we doing annual spot checks? Are we looking at our books and records? Are we documenting contracts? Joe got you pumped up for a reason, I know. Are we looking at contracts retro or prospective, right? It's very difficult to negotiate with a therapist if you need to change a term, right? If the understanding has changed, the leverage in the market goes up, right? It's very difficult to say, well, for 3 years we've been doing this, now I want to do it more, right? If you don't have a contract in place, it's an open market, which may not be a bad thing. All right, we finally got to it. Fern is a Syria alpaca in the middle. Harry Potter is on the left and right. Fern came to us about 4 years ago this summer. My wife and family and I have been dabbling in hobby farming, and let me take a step back. We were somewhat familiar with horses, and then chickens, and then cats, and then goats. Then we decided to jump into alpacas, which was about as thought out as some of my ideas, which were, we had a neighbor who bought a house, turned it into a vineyard, and in order to move into what was a barn, they needed to get rid of these alpacas. So insert me. We buy the alpacas, we get them home, we love them, they're very nice. They do a really good job at masking things. Maybe we can relate. What they can also mask is pregnancies. And unbeknownst to me, and I hope the seller, we didn't know they were pregnant. And so the cria start showing up in various months. They're all supposed to be in warm months, and we have no idea what we're doing. We don't have vets in place. We don't have immunizations. We don't have a lot of the tools in our toolkit that we need. And as you can imagine, as a hobby farmer, part-time, your children seeing cria just showing up and not doing so well was a real downer. Is your practice in fern mode or vanilla cherry mode? Fast forward to 2 years ago, we had a cold spring similar to now, and vanilla cherry we were ready for. And it was good because she came early, she came cold, she came as a twin, and her mother rejected her. And the 3 pictures show her now. She's doing great. She's going to be a mother herself soon. Kids love it. You feel like a rock star. What does this have to do with your practice? As an attorney, as a practice boss, we have to take a step back and again acknowledge there are things we don't know, there are things we can learn, and there's a huge swath in the middle, right? Not being afraid to ask a question, not being afraid to have a conversation, not being afraid to test out things. There are a number of examples, current, past, and future, that I could give you. 1099, W-2, 20-factor, 3-factor, 5-factor, ABC test, what state are you in, what jurisdiction. It's ever-changing, and it's going to continue to change. And so to try and get out front of that, yes, I think ChatGPT, Google, DuckDuckGo, whatever you want to use will give you the floor, right? But to the extent that you don't think that any of you will be replaced by robots or people like me walking around with the DSM-5 trying to figure out what I've got, you're never going to be replaced, right? It's applying what you know to the experience you're in with the knowledge base that you have, using a bench. And similar to sports, you don't want to develop your team in the middle of a game, right? You want to try and do that well ahead of time. All right, which brings me to current time, apolitical. We have seen substantive changes in the first 5 months of this year that really doesn't have a precedent, and it is going to continue to ebb and flow. But any number of all federal agencies that touch and concern employment have made 180 changes in some respects, not all respects. You still have to respect state law, there's state sovereignty. There's a lot of things going on. This is a really good time to check your pulse, right? Mine's very high, I'm a converted introvert. What I think you should do when I say check your pulse is, let's look at how are you classifying your employees versus your independent contractors, right? How are we paying wages? The low-hanging fruit, right? I'm happy to tomorrow during a facilitated discussion, I will happily gift you an employment starter kit, all of the offer letters, handbook, et cetera. The reason that I do that is I'm trying to be good like my parents, but also I know that eventually someone's going to have a question, right? It's not a document-driven profession. It is conversations. It's how do we handle this? Here are the facts. Assume your counselor, your legal counselor knows the law, and apply the two, right? And so what I want to ask all of you is think about, not the goofy guy with the goofy slideshow, but think about the fern scenario versus the vanilla cherry scenario. Your practice may be way ahead, your practice may be right in the middle, or you may have not thought about it, right? So don't let an alpaca show up in your yard without preparing for it. We have the resources, you have the knowledge, and part of the generalization in life is just knowing when to ask and who to ask. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job. Well, I am so excited to introduce our next speaker, Nicole Ball. So I shared earlier that Nicole bought mental wellness counseling, has made it into a 3-location practice, 4 locations, 4, do I hear 5? Do I hear 5? 4-location practice. As well, she's a full-time faculty at Ferris State University, has a family, and somehow balances it all. Oh, also consults with Practice the Practice. So I can't think of anyone better to talk about balancing personal life and boss life, the one, the only, Nicole Ball.
So, let's see if I can do the clicker. Woohoo! All right, so I'm going to start with a little bit of a story. How many of you have been to a Lake Michigan beach? Okay, if you haven't, make plans to, okay? So summer of 2023, I just opened up my 3rd location of mental wellness counseling. And I was having a normal Northern Michigan beach day with my kids. And my kids were playing off in the sand. And I'm sitting there up on the beach. I got my book, I've got my drink, I've got my phone. And as my kids are playing, I get that urge to check my phone. Who knows about that urge to check your phone, right? If you're a business owner. And it's one thing for like, oh, let's see what people are doing on social media. But for me, it was the urge to check my email. It was that urge to see what's going on. I just opened up a new location. How's everything going? Who has questions? But you know what I had done before the beach? I had cleaned out my email. I had made sure I had no papers to grade for those summer classes I was teaching. I had made sure that all of my notes were done, my insurance claims were sent, and nobody needed me. I had covered all my bases, but still I'm sitting there on the beach and I wanted to grab my phone. And what did I do? You know what I did? Guess what I did? I grabbed my phone, okay? So I grabbed my phone and, okay, there's an email. I can answer that real quick. And then there was another email where, I had to do a little bit of digging. So I do my digging and, I answer that email. And then before you know it, there's a text, and then I had to answer the text, and then the landlord had a question about this, and the real estate agent that. And before you know it, my kids come up to me and they say, Mom, we're ready to go. I'd missed the whole time at the beach. I was on my phone answering emails, answering texts, all about my practice for at least an hour. And my kids were a little older, so they weren't as excited about the beach at this point either, so it's not like I'm dragging them out, but they were ready to go. And I had realized as we were packing up and walking away that I had missed that opportunity. And this opportunity, mind you, is a Lake Michigan opportunity, right? And I'm talking about the seagulls, I'm talking about the, the sunshine glittering, I'm talking about the lighthouse off in the distance, the sailboats, right? And I had missed it. So as somebody who owns a 4-location practice, full-time professor, full-time mom, consulting with practice at the practice, we have this idea that we can do it all, right? And people ask me all the time, like, well, how do you do it? How do you do it? And I would say, well, I set really good boundaries, right? I set really good boundaries. That's what I do. But then what am I doing? I'm on the beach, answering the phone, answering emails, and leaving the beach thinking I just missed that whole entire day with my kids. But here's the reality of boss life, right? So when you own a practice, you've got stuff you got to do. You're not like running a practice, you're developing an ecosystem here, right? You have to have all the things in place. You have to have all the pieces to the puzzle, and they all have to be working interconnectedly in a well-oiled machine to make sure things go well. But what that means is as the owner, you've got to step in. It doesn't matter if you have W-2s, 1099s, administrative staff. It doesn't matter if you have a clinical supervisor. You are still going to play a role in this boss experience. And that reality means that you are still going to have clients to see probably. You're going to have notes to do. You're going to have supervision to provide. You're going to have meetings to facilitate. You're going to have collaboration meetings. You're going to have coffee with referral sources. You're going to be doing all those really cool boss things. And that's great. We didn't sign up for this because we thought it would be easy, right? We signed up for this so that we could build something amazing. And that's great. But something that we do is we do not practice what we preach. What do we tell our clients all the time? Shout it out. What do we tell our clients? Set boundaries. What else? Self-care. What else? Balance, right? We tell our clients all of this stuff. How many of you do what you tell your clients to do? Oh, a few hands. Good job. Can we get a clap for these folks here in the front? Okay, so there are consequences to this imbalance, right? We are going to have the guilt, the soccer game that you missed, the dinner date that you just don't have time for tonight. We're going to have the consequence of having to say, no, honey, not right now. We're going to get behind. We're going to miss things. And the biggest consequence, right, is to us. Now, you've heard this before, right? They drilled this down your throat in grad school to practice self-care, to say no, to set boundaries, to have balance.
Over and over and over again, we've heard that, and we tell our clients that over and over again, but we're not very good at taking our own medicine. And so that consequence equals burnout. And we know how hard it is to get out of that burnout. I don't know if I want to call what happened to me on the beach that day burnout, but I will tell you that it didn't feel good, knowing that I had missed an opportunity that I specifically put all the pieces in place to avoid. So the consequence of this imbalance between boss life and personal life means you are going to have a misstep. You're going to get out of that, you're going to feel like you're hustling all the time and you're not going to have that harmony. What I want to share with you today is that there are plenty of ways to shift from that hustle to harmony. Now, if any of you have seen any of my webinars or you've done any consulting with me, you know I talk about the hustle, right? You got to do it, right? When you're building a practice, especially in the beginning, there's a little bit of hustle. You're going to have to put in the hard work. You're going to have to put in the extra hours, and that's the reality of it. But to get so far into the hustle that you're missing out on things and you're experiencing that imbalance is only going to make you resent what you're trying to build. That day when I left the beach, I thought about selling my practice. I thought, I don't want to do this anymore. This doesn't feel good. This is not what I signed up for. So if we're constantly in hustle mode, we're missing out on the harmony piece. Now, in order for us to move on to harmony, we have to practice what we preach, set boundaries, practice self-care, all those great things. But what we can't do is we can't just keep going. What happens to a machine if you don't oil it up, right? It's going to die, can't pour from an empty cup, all that good stuff. So what I want to offer you today are things you already know, right? But 5 practical strategies that I'm hoping you can take with you today in an effort to find more balance in your personal life and your boss life. Number 1, something that I've been implementing is protecting the beginning and the end of my day. How many of you check your email as soon as you wake up? Yeah. So the coffee will be brewing, and while I'm waiting for the coffee to brew, I'll check my email. I don't need to check my email. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes there's that 8 a.m. client that you know is probably going to cancel, right? That you got to check, because if you can get an extra hour to yourself, you want to, right? But for the most part, there is no reason to pick up our phone with our eyes half awake and check our phones and look at our email or check the supervision notes. There's no need for it. So what I want to encourage you to do is protect the beginning and the end of your day. Do all those things we tell our clients to do. Move your body, do yoga, journal, meditate, snuggle your dog, play with your kids, make a healthy breakfast, whatever it is. But when you pick up your phone, you've already crossed a boundary. Now, I get if your boundary is to do it in the morning, that's a different story. But this is a strategy that I hope can be helpful for you, simply because you've heard it before, you can't pour from an empty cup, but you can schedule the refills of your cup. And I know that for me, protecting the very beginning and the very end of my day, unapologetically, is how I'm going to refill that cup. Number 2, design a CEO schedule, not a therapist schedule. Something that I did early on, huge mistake, is I thought, all of this group practice, boss stuff, all of this, running a business stuff, I can do that in between clients. How many of you tried that? Did it work? No. So block out that time. Get in your calendar and block out admin time, supervision notes, supervision meetings, collaborative meetings, coffee with a referral source. Schedule out check-ins with your clinicians. Don't try to squeeze them in between clients, right? Schedule out that CEO time. If you ask some of the most important CEOs in the world, they don't squeeze stuff in between other stuff, right? They block time for those things that are going to help them grow and help them make money and help them build something bigger. Your boss time deserves some level of sacredness in your schedule. So don't keep running your boss schedule like you did when you were either a solo practitioner or when you were working for agencies, right? Fit in that time. Create a no list. What are the things that you do not like to do? The things that don't feel good to you? The things that don't serve you? What are those things? Figure them out and either get rid of them, automate them, or delegate them. Okay? Get rid of them. Don't keep doing the things that don't feel good to you, aren't serving you, or the things that are draining you and make you resent your practice. Again, we don't want to resent this beautiful thing that we're trying to build. Establish a joy budget. We talk about this all the time, right? Do stuff for fun. Don't put all of your money into your practice. Save some money for yourself. Go on the vacations. I was working with a practice owner a while back who said, well, I'm waiting to take a vacation until I get to this certain number. I'm like, why? Why? If we wait and wait and wait, it's never going to happen. So go on the vacation, do the thing, sign up for the dance class, take the time off, whatever it is. And then finally, communicate your boundaries and model those boundaries. Again, we tell our clinicians to set boundaries, we tell our clients to set boundaries, but then we're not modeling that behavior when we're answering emails at 7:30 in the morning or 10:30 at night. How is that modeling behavior, right? So making sure that we are communicating our boundaries like a leader, we're modeling like a leader, because we don't have to be on call to be in control. We don't. So here's some what ifs for you to leave you with today. Number one, what if balance isn't about doing less, but about doing the right things more intentionally? Yes, there are some things that you can get rid of, and we want to take those things off of the table. But what if it's just about being more strategic? What if it's just about doing the things, all the things, a little bit more intentionally? What if you're not just a boss? What if you're a leader, a caregiver, a visionary? What if you are a person worthy of that time that we so intentionally tell our clients to take, or the loved ones that we tell to take? If your best friend was telling you they needed time, we would say, take the time, you deserve it, you're worthy of it. So why aren't we doing that? And why don't think we deserve that either? What if we can build practices that heal others without wounding ourselves in the process? If you've asked yourself, gosh, maybe I just don't want to do this anymore. Maybe I should just get out of this right now. I would encourage you to take a look at this first and figure out how you can find more balance before you make that big decision. And what if success is not about how big your practice grows? I love this. But how much of your life you get to live while you're growing it. Okay? So find the balance, schedule that CEO time, take the vacation, sign up for the dance class, and damn it, go to the beach and leave your phone in the car. Thank you.
Love it. Man, we got some awesome speakers today. Holy cow. Well, we are ahead of schedule, which is great. So in a minute, we're going to take a break. But first, I want to tell you about the ancient Babylonians. So a day makes sense. There's 24 hours. A month makes sense. That's loosely connected with the lunar cycle. A year makes sense. But the 7-day week, there is nothing in nature that points to a 7-day week. The ancient Babylonians were really into the stars. They looked up, they saw the sun and the moon. They looked down, they saw Earth. They could see Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Jupiter. Hence the 7-day week. Humans literally made up the 7-day week. Now, fast forward to the 1800s, and the average person worked 10 to 12 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. So they had a farmer's schedule even if they weren't farmers. People were literally working all the time. Now, in 1886, May of 1886, in Chicago, in the Haymarket Plaza, there were a bunch of protests because there had been the Chicago fire, and a bunch of immigrants from Europe were promised a better life in the United States. And they came here, and they found this 10 to 12-hour day, 6 to 7 days a week, was not a better life than what they had in Europe. And so they were protesting for a 40-hour work week. They wanted a 40-hour work week. That was a click forward for humanity in Chicago and the United States. In these protests, there's still debate with historians as to whether it was a police officer that shot first or whether there was a bomb that was thrown, but some explosion happened that killed people, and it led to a nationwide lockdown because they were worried that these May protests would just spread across the nation, that a 40-hour work week was that dangerous. Now, fast forward to 1926, May 1926, to the date. So 99 years ago, Henry Ford decides that if he wants to sell more cars to his own employees, those employees need somewhere to go because no one's going to just hang out in Detroit and just work all the time. So he implements the 40-hour work week to sell more cars to his own employees. It works. They go away for the weekend. They start building some of the first asphalt roads in the nation down in southeast Michigan. They come up to beautiful Traverse City. They had a car to do these things, and they were buying it from their own employer. Now, when they saw the business aspect of the 40-hour work week, less than 100 years ago, other businesses took note. We invented the 7-day work week, or the 7-day week. We invented the 40-hour work week. And so as we think about this, we can say, industrialists taught us some things. You know, to know that you can plug in this machine and a Model T kicks out on the other side with people on this assembly line, that's a good thing. That was an automation. The 40-hour work week was a good thing. But if we look at the 80s, the 90s, we see the rise of casual Fridays, where you start wearing jeans to work. Now you can even wear, how'd that get on there? Jeans on stage. My grandpa didn't wear jeans his entire life. He would have died knowing that I was doing this in jeans. Fridays become a time to bring cupcakes because someone's pregnant or there's a birthday. We see that really the weekend was cheating on the work week with Friday for a long time, and let's just call it what it was. The COVID pandemic really helped to shift a lot of that idea of, did the industrialists get it right exactly? Is this where we want to stay? I was even just talking to some folks about shifts in private practice, where the coming generation of graduates are putting their life first instead of just work hours. They're saying, well, what does self-care look like? What does it mean to be able to work here? Like, could I take extra time off? There's a shift that's happening. A lot of these things that were good from the industrialists, also we can start to challenge in a post-industrialist world. The biggest shift that I see is that we had a prescription model. We had a, here is your work position, here is exactly what that looks like. We're gonna plug in the people and we're gonna get this KPI output. Whereas now, we have more of a menu item where we can say, what's working for this person? For us at Practice the Practice, what that looks like is we have 3 questions that I would hope, you can ask my staff and tell me back if it's true, I would hope is embedded within our DNA of our business. And that's, what are you doing now that you absolutely love? So we try to have these conversations at least annually. It comes up now more organically than that. So what are you doing now that you absolutely love? Next, what are you doing now that you've outgrown, you kind of hate, maybe you came in doing this thing, and you don't really want to do it anymore? And then what are you growing into? Like, how are you shifting into something else? Sam, who flew in from South Africa, our chief operations officer, started as our conference planner for our second slowdown school. Then Sam and I had that conversation, and she was interested in taking over some of the podcasting and social media, and I was sick of that. I said, I don't want to do that stuff. She took over some of that. She automated it better than I could do it. Then she said, you know, I kind of want to move away from some of that social media. So she said, I know this person, Naranda. Naranda came in to start doing some social media. Sam then said, I feel like I'm moving into operational stuff that I'm interested in. So she got extra training and learned. And then Naranda moved into covering all the podcasting and the podcast sponsorships and coordination. So it's an agile process where it's organic instead of it being this fixed way that we do business. Now for you, you may not have the 4-day work week yet. I'm gonna put a yet in there. I hope that for all of you that you can figure that out, and I would love to help you figure that out. But we have an exercise we have to do with our consulting clients, and it's called the +1 - 1 exercise. So this is for anyone that wants to optimize their time off. So the way it works is we wanna think about the weekend as being in preparation for the future week, not in reaction to the previous week. Oftentimes we run full tilt, we're busy, we're doing all these things in our work world, and then we're just exhausted on the weekend. And adulting is hard. As a single dad, it's hard. As a human, it's hard. Inflation is, I'm not gonna go on that. So it's hard, but oftentimes it's in reaction rather than preparation. So we want that weekend or that time off to be in preparation for the coming week, and that's where the +1 - 1 comes in. So we wanna have an experimental mindset where we think through what's something I could add in here that might just give me a little more life this coming week. So it might be, you know what, kids, I want to drink my green tea and read this novel that has nothing to do with business on Saturday morning. Give me 1 hour, and if you have a partner, you might say, please keep the kids away from me. I just want to see if this gives me a little bit more life. You know, for me, it was, I'm going to just try doing improv. Little did I know I'd be doing improv in a couple hours in front of a bunch of therapists. But it's something I love. So finding those plus ones, those things that you can pepper in. And again, it's a menu. It's not a code. It's something that we can say, this works now. It might not work next week. Then we want to look at the minus one. What's something you can test that you can take off your plate? So maybe one weekend you're like, I don't want to go to the grocery store on Sunday and fight the crowds. I want to just get my groceries delivered. Years ago, I was snow blowing our driveway, and it's not that big. It's deceptive, though, because it has this little arc in it, and if you blow the snow this way, then you have to redo it, and then you blow it over here, and it takes like an hour and a half, and it should not take that long. And I said, I'm going to get someone to just snow blow when it's more than 2 inches. It's $30, a plow, and you know what? I still use that person. So finding those minus ones to take off our plate. It could be you have a coffee date scheduled with a toxic friend, and you say to yourself, dear God, we're all old enough to not have toxic friends. We can cancel that and say, you're not my friend type. Now that may feel harsh. You may be like, but they don't have any friends. And it's like, that's for them and their therapist to work on. So we can build this plus one, minus one. And then lastly, I often encourage people to have not just their to-do list, but their to-become list. These are things that you're like, I would love to do that. So for me, a number of years ago, what was on there was like, do more watercolor painting. I kept seeing these TikToks on watercolor. I'd always tried acrylics, and that seemed a little more firm for me, and watercolor scared me. I'm like, I'm going to try that. So I put that on there. I put learn Spanish, do a 1-minute plank. So I had 10 different things on there. And then I would just use a random number generator when I had 20 minutes when someone had canceled and say, give me a number 1 through 10. And it's like, do a 1-minute plank. All right. And so it's just ways to make it fun for myself to say, how do I experiment a little bit here to do exactly what Nicole is talking about, of becoming something different, being that business leader that you want to become. At Practice the Practice, we always say that you're building a thriving private practice that you absolutely love. So we have the thriving side, the operations, the numbers, but we have the love side, the sitting on the beach with your kids and walking in and seeing an office you designed and being excited. So as we pretty soon in the next couple hours close out today, keep that in mind. Think about your plus one, minus one, your to become list. And we're going to take a break in just a minute. We're going to go till 2:45, so we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Please connect with other people. A couple quick announcements, though, during this break. Immediately after the Group Practice Boss Conference today, there's another event. It's going to be a young people's music thing. They get here at 5 and start moving into the green room. And so if you have things in the green room, like our sponsors and speakers, during this break, please pull that out of there so that the green room can be completely ready. We'll be done with the improv by like 4:55. So just get your green room stuff out. Also, Little Fleet is the meetup place for this whole conference. So Little Fleet has a bunch of food trucks, and they have actually a drink named after this conference. So you'll see that on the menu that they're doing for us. When in doubt, go to Little Fleet if you want to hang out with people from the conference. We'll be stopping by there for sure tomorrow, probably tonight. We'll see how the energy levels are for me personally. So Little Fleet's the go-to place. And see me at the Mental Health Marketing Conference. I'm one of the keynotes there. So I've met a whole bunch of you through Steve, who puts that on. It's by Nashville. It's an awesome conference. So if you haven't heard of the Mental Health Marketing Conference, would love to see you there in October. I'm one of the keynote speakers there. So let's take a break until 2:45. So we're 10 minutes ahead of time, the schedule, and we'll see you momentarily. All right, welcome back, everybody. Anyone here want to work smarter, not harder? One person. All right, clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. All right, we are going to kick off our last couple sessions. Really excited. We're going to have Allie and Emma from Jane come up and talk about how to work smarter, not harder. Welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing?
Hello.
We're good? Yeah? A little sleepy, that afternoon dip? Okay, well, we'll get you back together. Thank you for joining us. We're really excited to keep conversations going. We've already had such a really awesome morning talking to everyone and getting to know our friend Jane. My name is Dr. Emma Furze. I'm a licensed naturopathic physician. I'm located just outside of Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, so that's where my accent's from. That's also where Jane was founded and born, and that's where our headquarters are now, although we have staff working all over the world.
Yeah, and my name is Allie Joy. I'm a licensed professional counselor and board-certified art therapist based in Connecticut, and we were really excited for this opportunity to come talk as Jane ambassadors, but as providers, because I feel like myself as a provider, when I hear about something, it's great to hear from the team, but to hear from someone who uses it every day pretty much feels really great, so we were excited to come talk to you all. Before we get started, we would love to know, is anyone here a Jane user? Ooh, we have a Jane user. Okay. If you don't use Jane, have you heard of Jane before? Okay, some people. Now, there's no judgment, but is there anyone here wondering who the heck Jane is? Perfect. Well, we're excited to share about why we talk about her like she's our best friend, because she is pretty much.
So just a quick overview of some of the things we're going to talk about today. This is not totally inclusive of everything we want to talk about, so we have lots of time tomorrow to answer more questions and get to know you and some of the things you're looking for. So I think this is just sort of the basics. Jane's mission is to help the helpers. We keep it super simple, but that's the goal. It was founded to help multidisciplinary clinics moving into solo practice, group practice, all sorts of things like that. So we're one of the few allies to allied health practitioners in the healthcare space. We want what's best for them, for their small business as they grow to large businesses, and ultimately providing the best care for our communities.
And Jane's vision is very similar, always wanting happier helpers, which as the helpers feels fantastic, of course. And so Jane's vision is to create a thriving community of healthcare professionals who are succeeding in their business, providing engaging care to their patients. And in that, Jane is a delightful, powerful, and integral member of those teams. And we heard recently someone say that they want Jane to be Employee of the Month every month. And we both, I think, would say Jane's our Employee of the Month for sure.
So we were actually, Allie and I were just in Palm Springs this past weekend at a Jane event, and we were talking about a lot of features. And features are all great, but features only are useful if they add benefit, right? So we can have this list of things that it does, but what actually helps your practice grow. So these are sort of three main pillars that we wanted to talk about when we get into our favorite features soon. The first thing we want features in Jane to do is simplify daily workflows. So we want things to be easy, help you make processes, streamline things, and ultimately make it easier for you as practice owners, but also your admin and your practitioners on your staff. Reducing admin time. So for a lot of people, we might not even nowadays maybe have an admin person at the front desk. So we want to reduce either that time, or if we do have someone there, ultimately not having them, have an hour-long checklist to close out or something like that. All of this really just gives you back time, and by having more time, we can see more clients, we can treat more patients, and we can boost their engagement, have them coming back, and help foster those relationships.
So they only gave us 20 minutes to talk total, so we had to keep it brief as we can. So a couple of the things that I really love talking about as a provider, my favorite things with Jane. The first one being that for me, before Jane, I had so many different tabs open at all times. My payment processor was in one tab, I had scheduling, I had communications. I felt like I was always in multiple places and none of them talked to each other. And so with Jane, pretty much everything I need is in that one platform, which I feel like simplifies my to-do list. I'm a little forgetful sometimes. So I feel like having it all be together really helps me streamline my own work that I do, and they all work together instead of being completely separate entities. So for me, that has been a huge switch with Jane, is just having everything be so integrated, and that's been really wonderful for my own practice. Another thing that I love is the supervision features in Jane. I'm an art therapist, and so I'm usually a bonus supervisor, which I'm very lucky, but also in supervising and having associate clinicians, interns, and different things like that. It's amazing that Jane has features to really customize your needs for your practice if you have people working either as associates, interns, and things like that. And it's customizable, which for me is kind of across the board with Jane. So with supervision features, you can really customize the access that people have to different charts and parts of charts. There's also features where you can have it be automated for like signatures if you have to sign off on notes. And there's also features where if you have some notes that need to be signed and some don't, you can change a permission so that you're not getting a million notifications for things that you don't have to sign, which again is really trying to really streamline and optimize our time. And this is a feature that's grown a lot with Jane, and I'm excited to see where it goes because, again, I feel like Jane really listens to our needs as providers. It does take time because, you know, they have to develop it and code it and all the things I don't understand. But this is one that I really have seen grow so much with Jane, and that just feels so great to have the customization for all of those things. And then I would say this is what I talk about the most, is how easy it was to switch to Jane for myself in my practice. I feel like I stayed with my previous EHR. I didn't love it. I didn't think you could love an EHR until I met Jane. And I felt stuck because I thought, how am I going to have the time to transfer 7 years of client data, charts, all the things? I was like envisioning myself like on my nights and weekends, like typing in all of my clients and everything. I was like, I can't do that. I don't have time for that. I can't switch. And I felt really stuck. And I kind of felt like boxed into options I didn't need, things I wasn't using. And then thankfully, someone told me about Jane, and I learned that they have an entire team dedicated to imports, which feels very unique and special. They told me exactly how to download my data from my previous EHR, told me how to upload it, and they did it. It was amazing. I couldn't believe it. And that's why this is something I talk about all the time, is because as business owners, I could have something to do for the rest of my life. There will always be something on our to-do list. We have endless tasks. So for me, this was really important. And something that was really important for me as well was on the client end. I wanted it to be simple for them too. I was really concerned about that. Like I didn't want it to be really confusing, complicated, and things like that. And at least the feedback I received from my clients is they just kind of had to go in and verify things. And then it was a really simple switch. So that was important to me too. So again, I could talk about these things forever, but we'll pass it over to Emma and maybe hear what some of her favorite features are.
Okay, perfect. So like Allie, it was really hard to narrow down the list, and that's not a typo. We spell things with a U in Canada. So the first thing that I love, especially as a solo provider, is Jane Payments. So it's our integrated payment system all through Jane. For me, I do also a lot of telehealth. So one of the best things about this is that we can store credit cards on file safely and securely for you and your clients. So it feels really good, peace of mind that way. After a session, you can run a copay, you can run the whole thing if you're cash. I don't know how things work down here. It's very different. But the idea is that you don't have to talk to anyone and you can just email them a receipt. If you do see folks in your clinics or face-to-face, and there is a terminal option if you want to process things that way. Jane Payments has really competitive processing rates, which I think everyone can appreciate as a business owner. And you get paid every 2 business days. So I also love, every day or every 2 days kind of getting that payout. It's just nice, and it keeps things going really smoothly. Jane Payments literally runs my practice. I have kind of segueing into online booking, but I have a policy where I require every new patient of mine to put a credit card on file. That's just in order to book the appointment. You got to do it. Sorry if you don't. I don't want to see you. But if you do that, that allows you, that for me in my practice, and I think we've heard this from a lot of our accounts, is that it really decreases the number of late cancellations and no-shows. When someone has a card on file, which I think most people are used to nowadays, right? You book a hotel, you reserve a car, whatever, like you got to put something down. So people say like, oh, I wasn't going to show up. Oh, but Allie has my card on file. She's going to run it anyways. I guess I should go to my session. So it just helps people show up. It decreases those cancellations, those no-shows, to help your schedule feel. Nobody really feels good about charging those fees anyways. So if we can just decrease the need to do that in the first place, helps out a lot. Online booking. Who here uses online booking? Okay. Who doesn't? Okay. So there's interesting stats that most appointments are actually booked after 7 p.m. So if you're not using online booking, this might be food for thought. You know, a lot of people are sitting on their couch, they've put the kids to bed, it's silent. What do I need to do? Oh, I need to book that therapy appointment. Well, your admin staff isn't there to answer the phone at 9 o'clock. So what do? I can book online. Gives them that dopamine hit. They feel good about their appointment being booked. So online booking allows people to do that from the comfort of their home, any time of the day. I'm a millennial, so I would rather never speak to someone on the phone. I'm really not likely to make an appointment if I have to call. I will actually find somewhere else to go that has online booking. I know. But a lot of us are like that. We don't want to have, or I don't have time to pick up the phone, or if I pick up the phone and I call and you don't answer, I'm probably not calling back. I might leave a voicemail, I probably won't actually. So online booking really helps. I mean, for my practice, 85% of my appointments are booked online. It's a pretty big number. So helps with retention, we can send those return visit reminders, book your next session, do it in the moment when they leave. But online booking is a big game changer. Jane has customizable settings to, cluster things together, to stagger things. I know therapists, right? You need a break after. Someone's just been sobbing for an hour.
Who takes it though?
I need 10 minutes. You can add that in. It's a buffer, easy. Jane, I'll do that for you. Okay, so note-taking. I hate charting, I really do. So note-taking, really easy in Jane. We saw customized templates earlier today. We're gonna see them again. Customized templates are how they float my boat, they keep me going, makes things a little bit easier. Obviously AI charting is coming as well, which we love, but at least with Jane's note-taking features, we can have, your customizable things, your checkboxes, your sliding scales, your ranges, your drop-downs, really nice things. I sometimes draw pictures too, so that helps as well, having that little note, or if you do a activity with a client, and then you can feel free to draw about it or whatever. So lots of great features that way. Again, like this list is not exhaustive, but kind of gives a summary of how some of those little things can ultimately really give you back time.
And of course, we have to talk about the money. So with pricing for Jane, I think one of the things I've loved the most is that, again, going back to that customization, because I felt like with previous or different options, you're just kind of being put into a box. And Jane is really set up to grow with you and grow with your practice. So Jane has options if you're like for part-time solo providers, but also for part-time providers in a group practice. So you're not paying the same rate to have a part-time clinician versus a full-time clinician, which I think is so important for that, again, those options to really, again, grow with you, be with you where you're at, and kind of scale from there. There's also lots of customizable add-ons for like insurance billing and different things like that. So again, I feel like as a provider especially, I appreciate that because there's been different phases of growth in my business where maybe I'm scaling up one part, kind of toning down in another, and having like that support of not just being locked into something or not feeling forced to use features I don't need is really important. So that's something, again, that at least stands out to me for pricing.
So Jane is listening to the community and building based off of what people want and need. So a couple of things that are in the works or in beta right now. First thing is AI Scribe, really exciting. Obviously gonna help save more time, give you that back. Secure messaging, right now, the beta is only open in Canada and I'm using it and I'm absolutely loving it. It's so easy to just, send a patient a message about, a quick reschedule or something quick that way, and then just avoid emails and other forms of communication. It's all directly in one place, like Allie said, having that, all in one spot is just so important for streamlining things. And then currently, we do a one-way calendar sync, so you can put your Jane shifts or schedules or whatever into Google, iCal, things like that. But our development team, bless them, they work so hard. They are working on populating your Google Calendar, which most people use for like personal stuff, into Jane to automatically block things off. So that'll be a really exciting thing coming soon.
Yeah. So again, we could talk about this forever, but we would love to be able to chat with you if anyone has questions. We're going to be here for the whole conference, so we're happy to answer questions. We also have our laptops, so we have demo clinics where if you're looking to see what Jane looks like, if you have certain questions, things you want to see. We also, for Jane with pricing, there is a calculator, so you can try to estimate based on your clinic size, so you can do it in that way. And then also, of course, we are providers. Emma actually used to work for Jane as well. So we know a lot, but you're also welcome to book a demo with the Jane team as well. So that's what this slide is with the QR code. And they're always love to talk to providers. Again, as a provider, that is so important to me. The times that I can speak to someone and they help me and then they follow up, it's amazing. It's the best. So you're also welcome to, of course, book a demo or come chat with us while we're here.
And just for everyone today and for this these 2 days, we're going to be giving a 1-month grace period. So there's the code up there. We can also write it down for you when you come see us. We find 1 month is kind of a sweet spot for people to open an account, play around with it, look at the import process, maybe schedule your import, start to export your previous data, and also really connect with the support team at Jane. Allie says they're the best group of friendly Canadians. So really always there to help you and really support that transition. Account setup calls are available, all things like that to give you that first month to really get things going. And yeah, feel good about your new account.
So that is, again, our crammed in. I think we have a teeny bit of time if anyone has a question.
We got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Does anyone have any questions for us? Oh.
Yeah, so she asked if you're able to use Google Tag Manager. I don't know what Tag Manager is, but I can tell you that you can see how things were booked. So there is a new thing called Reserve with Google, so you can actually have that book online button if someone does Google you, and then appointments will have that tag on it as well. But I don't think like full Tag Manager. But you can have people fill out their referral source or things like that. But are you thinking about like SEO from?
Okay. Yeah, we can also, for any, again, because we are providers, so any of these questions we might not have the answers to, we have access, we can ask support, we have our computers and things, so please follow up with us if there's anything. So we'll follow up on that.
We'll get you an answer. Yes.
On that real quick, Melissa, there is like Google's analytic integration.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's Tag Manager.
So there's Google Analytics.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm going to check if it's the same. We have a Google Analytic integration. I don't know if it's the same as Tag Manager, so I'm going to double check about that. Yeah, thank you.
For the online booking function, do you know if Jane will have any way to screen incoming clients? As in, you know, if it's court ordered or if it's just for FMLA, being able to turn them away, anything like that?
Not currently. No. I know what a lot of folks will do is they'll specify like in the description booking, like if you're, I don't know, things are so different in Canada, but like just if it's a specific type of appointment, you can be as granular and specific as possible. You can also put notices on your online booking, like we don't take this, or if you are this person, like reach out to our staff or something like that. If there's more of a conversation there, but not necessarily screening and turning away.
Any other questions we can answer? Oh, yes.
I know you said it's pretty customizable. Does that go for other types of providers? Like if you have a practice with like a med provider or a dietitian?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a physician, and I've customized it to all my needs for sure.
And Jane was actually built for like multidisciplinary clinics originally. That's how it started from the founder. She was like looking for EHR and couldn't find anything that supported that, and that's the origin story of Jane actually. So it was built for that. And we were saying earlier too, it's really nice, instead of it kind of being built for like a solo, then trying to make it work for groups and things, it was actually built in that way. So it kind of then trickles back down to hopefully catch all the pieces as well. Yeah, so not currently, because Jane is really, of course, knows there's competitors and talking about that, but really trying to highlight not necessarily
what others don't do.
what others don't do, if that makes sense. So there are support articles and things like that, like if you're transitioning from this EHR to Jane and things like that. So it gets specific in that way, and the support team, of course, has that as well. But I haven't seen any of that are like a side by side.
If you have a specific thing you're looking for or feature, we can always talk about it and see if it is something. We actually already talked to someone today who was looking for tracking treatment plans, and we found a report in Jane that actually does that all. So that kind of thing. Yeah.
Good. Okay, so again, if you have more questions, please, we'll be here. Please come chat with us. We'd love to hear from you all.
Awesome. All right. I said that. You can do it, but should you? Often you are the biggest thing standing between your current team and the next version of them. As you get out of the way, they can lead. Wise, wise words. What a guy. All right. We're going to start with an exercise where feel free, if you feel comfortable, to shut your eyes and kind of sit up a little bit. If you aren't comfortable with your eyes shut, that's totally cool too. No one's going to touch you, or they shouldn't unless you've given consent. There's some feathers coming around. All right, so I want you to just shut your eyes and think about your ideal morning. What time would you wake up? What time would you wake up and feel rested? Now, we're not changing the situation like getting rid of kids, but if you were to, in your current situation, have it be a little more ideal, what would that look like? I want you to think about whether you would get out of bed and then go work out. Would you meditate? Would you jump right into the day? Would you shower first? How would your clothes feel? What would you do next? Would you have a smoothie? Would you have a certain kind of breakfast? Would you wait for a bit? Is there a warm liquid that you would choose to drink? And then in this ideal day, I want you to think that it's a work day. What would happen next? Would you jump right in? Would you meditate? Would you do a gratitude journal? Would you take a walk? When would your energy be at its peak? When could you do your best work in this ideal day? Would you have back-to-back appointments and get done earlier? Would you spread it out and maybe have a long lunch in the middle? How often would you pack a lunch versus go out? Now, in this ideal day, what would the afternoon look like? Would you have changes in your energy? Would you have changes in your flow state? How would you start to wrap up your day? Would you be seeing clients throughout the day? Would it be a CEO day? Would you be meeting with team members? At the end of that workday, how would you feel? Would you feel accomplishment? Would you feel gratitude? Would you feel like you made a difference in the world? What would your late afternoon and early evening look like as you prep for maybe dinner with people that are important to you? How would that feel? How would those important people's interactions be with each other and with you? How would your stress level be? Would it be more than during work, less than during work? How much time would you spend checking your phone or checking social media or checking email? Maybe that's a good time to do some of those things. What's that time after dinner look like for you? There's something social you would do, something with those important people, something alone to recharge. In this ideal day, how would you wind down the day? Would you watch something? Would you read something? And what time would you choose to lay your head down? And would you even lay it down right away, or would you read for a bit or be on your phone for a bit? What would be that ideal day for you? I want you to take a deep breath. And with no judgment as to good or bad, or you're not doing enough, we don't need any of that here. I want you to just compare what you just thought through with how things are for you right now. Again, with no judgment, just observation. And just sit with that for a second. And when you're ready, go ahead and open your eyes. Take another deep breath. Sometimes it's good to evaluate your ideal day. You know, I remember when I was a supervisor. So in Michigan, there's no supervision limit for LPCs. So theoretically, I could have had 20 people in a group. That didn't seem best or best practice. But what I did do is I had 16, and that was a poor joke. Sometimes the follow-up laugh is better than the initial one. No, so what I did is I had a group of 16 people I was supervising, and then I hired another supervisor to join me, and we would meet once a month for 4.5 hours. And so in Michigan, it doesn't have to be weekly. And so they would come at 4, and the first half hour was free if they stayed until the very end. So it was 4.5 hours. They could then, over that 2 years, get their time in. It was a lot cheaper for a lot of these new therapists. But I was going from 4 to 9 with setup. And I realized, even though the money was really good, especially for that phase of my life, that just didn't suit where I was headed. After doing that for probably 3 or 4 years, would go speak in grad school programs. And then we did this Path to LPC kind of recruitment thing where we'd have a panel of new folks talking about getting licensed in Michigan. Over time, I realized I don't want to be working that late. See, it clicked for me then where I said, okay, something in my life is different than my ideal life. When I switched from owning mental wellness counseling and doing counseling, I wrote a paper in 2nd grade about wanting to be a psychologist. My dad was a school psychologist. I thought, oh, that seems pretty flexible. He got summers off. I had a different way I did counseling than he did, but that was something that early on was like, I think I'm going to be a therapist. And then at some point in 2019, I said, I'm not going to be a therapist. I'm going to retire my license. I actually signed a non-compete clause with Nicole that I initiated because I knew I had a couple therapy clients that would keep trying to follow me, and I needed to say, I signed a non-compete clause. I can't keep doing therapy. So sometimes things shift. I would love if anyone wants to just share, just quickly, was there anything that you noticed between your ideal day and where you're at now? Yeah. Yeah. So missing your kids' stuff in the evenings. Yeah. And so it's not going to happen overnight, but we can start to say, okay, if in 6 months it was, I want 2 or 3 nights a week, or I want to be able to have more flexibility, we can start to then say, well, what would we have to do with our current client load to make that happen? And to make sure the income keeps coming in, make sure that we're serving the way we want to serve. Yeah. What else came to mind? Yeah.
For me, it was connecting with my clinicians more. I even wrote down somebody else's presentation of like scheduling clinician check-in time, and even just having like a online booking that they could schedule with me, because that's what I want. But in order to do that, I have to lower my client caseload.
Yeah.
And so that's where I am right now, for sure.
Yeah. Maybe one more? one more person that had something that shifted. Yeah.
I think I want to try getting a separate cell phone for just work stuff because I associate my iPhone with work. And so when I'm texting family or friends or whatever, I'm still thinking about work.
Oh,
And it's very mentally draining.
Yeah, yeah. Awesome. Good realizations. Thank you for sharing, everyone. Yeah, so here's a couple kind of ways to think through some of this. When we're looking at KPIs or key performance indicators, kind of thinking around some of these questions, like what keeps me up at night? You know, are you worrying about your bookkeeping or your billing or those 1099s that Andrew just scared the shit out of you? I'm like, thank God I consulted with John to make sure that I know that I'm doing my 1099s as I have them, do it right. And I don't have a private practice anymore. But what keeps me up at night? Well, Andrew would be keeping me up tonight if I had 1099s. But what keeps you up at night? You know, sometimes it's irrational. You know, sometimes it is rational. Jen gave me permission to share this story. She's done consulting with me for a while. And it was probably a month or two ago. She was talking about how some of her staff were like checking their emails on vacation, and they were like responding, you know, to things when it was like, take a break, what are you doing? And I said to her, well, Jen, I just want you to evaluate, are you checking your emails on vacation? Are you returning calls on your day off? And she noticed, and again, I'm sharing this with her permission, she noticed, yeah, I just want to get it out of the way at 11 o'clock at night. Or I just, you know, it's a Sunday and I'm just kind of catching up for the next week. But that was then setting a tone for the staff that Jen's kind of on all the time. And to say, is that what you want? You know, maybe it is. Maybe that's the tone you want for your practice. And that's okay if you want to attract those kind of people. But Jen didn't want to. And so she met with her team and talked about the example she had been setting and how that was going to shift. So we have to have conversations that shift things and make it different, and say, hey, I've recognized this in myself. This amazing consultant, Joe Sanok, helped me out. But that then we start to say, okay, we need to have these conversations. We're going to then step into this new thing. We're going to test it for a bit. So then take 2 or 4 weeks and do some check-ins to say, let's even do like a daily 5-minute check-in to just say, like, is this working? Am I dropping the ball on different areas? And then if you're not, say, let's step into that a little bit more. We can think about, well, how am I feeling? Like, am I feeling stressed out? You know, the amount of consulting clients I've had that say, when I look at how much my highest paid clinician is making, it's more than I'm making. I don't want to have to work this hard, take on this much risk, only to have my highest paid clinician be able to make more money than me. So are you feeling bitterness towards your practice? Are you feeling burned out? Do you feel like, even if you're in solo practice moving into group, that, you know, right now, like this feels like too much for me? And what's on my love-hate list? You know, your love-hate list, I would encourage you all to do this. It's super simple. You take a piece of paper and you put love on one side and hate on the other. And you just think through all the things you have to do in your business. And what do you love? What do you like? I freaking love doing this. And then what do you absolutely hate? We're going to start with the hate stuff, but then we're going to look at the love, and we're going to say, should I be doing this? So, for example, when I was doing the podcast early on, I loved doing the audio engineering side. I felt like I was the rock star that I didn't get to become, that I'm doing audio engineering. I was in a bunch of failed bands in college. But I was tinkering with all the music stuff and playing with it. And then I do the show notes, and then I'd do the art for social media and, you know, kind of become the artist that I didn't become professionally either. Had a lot of dreams that died over the years. So that would take 3 or 4 hours for me to do the audio engineering, to make these graphics, to do the show notes well, to make the podcast rank and all those things. I loved doing it, but is that a good use of my time? Can I scale a podcast doing 4 hours per podcast? Versus now where I'm at, I've got an amazing team that do the show notes, that they do the social media, they do the audio engineering, and I can show up and in 3 hours, I can do anywhere from 4 to 6 interviews, and then be done and go do watercolors and have it not be part of how I make money. I can just do art instead, or play Frozen on the piano to impress my daughters. So thinking about that love-hate list, it's a great place to start. So I want to talk a little bit about something I cover in Thursday is the New Friday. And so research around successful business owners typically falls into 3 internal inclinations. Now these are things that come naturally to them, but that doesn't mean that if you don't have them that you aren't going to be successful. It just means, okay, I'm going to notice that I'm not as strong in that area, and there's things that I can do to build that area. If you go to internalquiz.com, that's where you can take the assessment for free, and it'll tell you kind of in each of these areas. So feel free to go to internalquiz.com. We put together this in a more in-depth way that's also in the book. But the first internal inclination is curiosity. So curiosity, I remember it was probably last spring. My sister lives in our neighborhood, and she has 3 daughters, and I have 2 daughters. And so my 2 daughters are the oldest cousins. So right now they're 13 and 10. So just subtract a year as I do this. And then the next one's 9, the next one's, I think, 7, and the next one's 4. So that's where they all are now, just subtract a year. So all these five girls under the age of 12. And they're all playing outside. They're squealing. They're at my house. I'm probably like doing the dishes or something, and I can hear them outside. And all of a sudden it gets super quiet. Now, anyone that knows children, do you get more comfortable when a bunch of kids get quiet or less comfortable? Less. You're like, what is happening? Extra less. It's like a creepy, what is happening? It shouldn't be this quiet. And you usually realize it after you're like, oh, it's so quiet. I'm doing the, wait, it is not supposed to be quiet. So it's that moment. And I like look out the window, and they're all 5 standing around something. And I hear them saying, how long do you think it's been dead? I haven't seen that before. And I kind of like, I should probably go make sure they don't get rabies. And so I like open the sliding door and look in the backyard, and I see that it's just a dead mouse. I'm like, they're all skittish enough. I'm not worried about anyone doing anything crazy with it. So I just listened to their conversation. And they said things like, well, do mice get funerals? But owls eat mice. Do owls only eat live mice or dead mice? Like, wouldn't an owl want this for dinner? What about the family of the, gee, who's gonna tell them? This cute little like discussion about a dead mouse. Now, the thing about curiosity as a kid is that you are sorting out as a child, is this something normal that happens all the time, or is this something really unique? Is that car accident that we just drove past that I just saw or remembered for the first time, is that something I should be scared of? As a child, do I need to be worried about dying in a car accident because it happens a ton? That rainbow I just saw, is that something I should savor because it never really happens, or is it something that just happens all the time? See, kids are curious because they just don't know. The top leaders are curious in different ways. They don't have that pass-fail mentality. Instead, they have a failed social media campaign or pay-per-click campaign. They say, wow, what did we learn about our audience here? Well, I'll tell you what we learned accidentally spending $2,000 in the wrong place. So we did a Google ad campaign. I did a Google ad campaign. I tried to run it myself. I did not use a professional, similar to the drywall story earlier. And I ran this ad campaign, and we got 3,000 clicks. I spent all this money on it, only to find that I hadn't clicked the little button that said, don't do like broad scope searches. So I was getting dentists looking for private practice help. I was getting chiropractors, all these people that aren't my audience. So I was curious and learned something about myself, but also learned, wow, there's a huge potential there if we do want to expand into that. People are really searching private practice and outside of our industry. Now, because I spent that money accidentally, I wasn't happy about it, but it was a chance for me to practice my own curiosity. The second area is an outsider perspective. And so there was a research study called the Blue-Green Study that what they did is they brought in groups of like 6 to 8 people. And it was really interesting because they'd bring these people in, the researchers would show a color, and they'd say, do you see blue or do you see green? So they're kind of looking at social dynamics as well as influence. And so it was all people that were not part of the study. They're all participants. So they'd show kind of very clearly green, very clearly blue. Then there'd be some colors that were in the middle. There'd be some disagreement. And people would say, oh, maybe I need different glasses, or maybe I'm colorblind. And then there was a second version of the study where they had 2 people come late to the study. And these were part of the research team. And when it got to the ones that were in the middle, if it was kind of clearly blue, they would say it was green. And if it was clearly green, it would be blue. It would be kind of a middle color, but one that you're like, I'm 90% sure that's green. But they found that an outsider actually had more influence than the insiders, even though this was a brand new group of people. Now, if you think about some of maybe your early jobs, I think about when I started working at the community college. I joined a team. That therapist had been there, so this would have been 2010 I joined that team. She had been there since 1982. It was her first job out of college, and she was planning to retire there. So I come into this counseling office at the community college, and I have a new client coming in, and I'm just like, so what files do we have on this person? I know they've been a student for a while. They said, well, do you know what dates they last came? And I said, I'm sorry? I know their last name. So well, we file all the progress notes by the day that they come. So they had like March of 1997, like April of 1997. So they had to go back through the calendar and look and find handwritten notes that they kept all these calendars in a drawer to then say Marcia Smith came, and then they would just scan through it. As an outsider, I thought this was crazy because I had worked with electronic health records, other things. But to them, that was just how they did it. That sometimes we need an outsider perspective. Outsider perspectives actually allow us to see more. And so we can do things in our own practice to retain that outsider perspective. We can put ourselves in situations where we aren't the dominant culture. We can put ourselves in opportunities to look like a fool. That's one of the reasons I joined improv, was it scared the crap out of me. And I thought, well, what would happen if I enjoyed it and I jumped in a different way and felt maybe a little bit different? We can put ourselves in ways to be an outsider. The last internal inclination the research shows is the ability to move on it. So there are things that we want there to be perfection paralysis. Like if I have brain surgery, I want my doctor, I want her to take her time and do it well and not just move on it, right? But the things that we do in the business world, more times than not, we don't need to be paralyzed by perfection. We can be agile and be like, crap, I did hire 1099s and I'm listening to Andrew. I'm going to switch that. We can say there's different things that we need to move on. More times than not, we want to do it right because that's how we've been trained. When you're dealing with mental health issues, we want to do it right. We want to get the trainings. We want to think through it. We want to follow HIPAA compliance. We want to make sure we get paid through the billing. Yes, that's all good. And our creativity and our movement forward in our business often is stymied by our ability to move on it. So here are some things that you might want to take a picture of. You're going to get these emailed to you also, but I want to ask you what's shifting. And I'm not going to have you answer any of these publicly. Maybe complete some of these sentences in your mind, or write them down. I don't want, what don't you want anymore? I've outgrown. I'm sick of. I wish I could. Think about just that one. I wish I could. We're adults that have our own businesses. I remember a moment when I was at the LPCs of Northern Michigan meeting, and I was the president of the Licensed Professional Counselors of Northern Michigan for 2 years. And I tried to make it more interactive because before it was like parliamentary procedure and it was super boring. I'm like, well, people probably come to meet each other and talk. What if the first hour was just we do some sort of facilitated connection and make it more fun? We probably have some business to do, but it doesn't need to take an hour. And then the next hour, what if we brought in some speaker locally or one of us that could talk on a certain topic? So we grew the membership. And I remember I had already left the community college at this time. And the first part was fun. I'm running the meeting. And then we had this school panel of school mental health people. And I was sitting there for about 2 minutes. And I'm like, I could care less about this. I love mental health in the schools. I think that's great, but that's not what I'm focusing on anymore. And I just turned to the vice president and I said, I have some place I need to go. That place was my house away from there. But I realized I was creating my own bad Friday. So we can say, how did I get myself into this situation? There's times you still need to do what maybe you don't want to do, but we can also say, why am I here? Why am I doing these things that I'm telling myself I think I need to do? I'm ready to stop pretending that I've realized success doesn't have to mean I'm no longer available for. Maybe some boundaries in your calendar. I used to think I had to. I'm finally listening to, I want to be the kind of leader who, and I'm craving more. So just sit with that. See if one of those is just kind of like popping out at you, like Severance style. Got some Severance fans out there. Love that. If you haven't watched Severance, I'm just telling you. It's so good. All right. We are going to take one last break for you guys to connect with each other. I love that we're ahead of schedule. We had told our folks that they had 20 minutes. They all came in under 20 minutes, and then I had 5 minutes between in case I wanted to just shoot the shit with you. And I realized that I'd rather you guys do that with each other. So we're going to go on with our improv group at 4 o'clock. It's going to be potentially hilarious. It's going to be potentially a disaster. Who knows? But it's going to be fun either way. I would love for you to take this time to get to know someone you've been meaning to talk to. I scan this room, and there's folks that I've kind of quickly passed with, and I want to, talk to some of you as well. If you haven't talked with me, please come find me. I want you to genuinely take this time to get to know each other. We only have another day together. If you can avoid it, don't check your email. Don't check whether things are going crazy at your office. You're at a conference. Do your best to be here for this next half hour, because the hour after that, you're going to really want to be here for. So take a half hour to hang out. We're going to start to gather around 4 o'clock with the improv group, and then we'll kick it off then. Enjoy hanging out.
Please, everyone, take your seats and get ready for Full Tilt Improv. Thanks, everyone. Please take your seats and get ready for Joe Sanok in Full Tilt Improv. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome, everybody. We are Full Tilt Improv. How many of you have ever seen an improv show before? Well, quite a few improv fans. Awesome. Now I'm more nervous. Improv, for those of you that don't know, it's completely made up on the spot. We are going to need your help in just a minute. So to warm you up, what is something on the count of 3 that you had for breakfast this morning? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you all had the same thing here. So awesome. Well, it's kind of lonely on this stage. I'm going to bring up the whole crew, and we're going to introduce ourselves. Come on up. Now, you know me, but I want you to get to know everyone else here.
Nick, Madison, Dave, Pedro, Aaron, Alex.
And I'm Joe. All right, for this first game, we are going to be doing a game called I Object. So I Object for this, we need to first have something that couples fight about that's not, like, we don't want to do real therapy stuff, but just like the kind of silly things like toilet paper, whether it should go over the top or taking out the garbage. All right. So the way this is, I heard taking out the garbage first. All right, so taking out the garbage. So the way this works is one person steps forward. They're going to make the case for why one person should be in charge of taking out the garbage or they shouldn't. Then someone else in the back will say, I object. And they'll just say in like one sentence why they object. And then I will decide if it is sustained, meaning that person can come forward with the new argument, or overruled, the old person gets to keep going. So, taking out the garbage.
The person who takes out the garbage is the person who gives in first. You let that stuff pile up as high as you possibly can. Keep shoving it down as much as you can. If you can balance something on top, go for it.
The garbage must be taken out immediately. The first when the
Sustained. I like it already.
Yes. When one piece of garbage is in there, it's already too many. They need to be taken out instantaneously because otherwise there's festering and there's flies and pestilence. It's a terrible thing. You got to take out the garbage instantly.
I object. You should delay the garbage taking out.
Sustained. I want to hear it.
First of all, why is fermentation a bad thing? You gotta sometimes let things ferment before they can become something new. That's why I have a big fermentation pile in my house. I don't call it a garbage bin, because I use all of that good stuff and I put it in.
Aaron is making this about himself.
Yeah, sustained. Aaron does make it about himself a lot.
We can't go anywhere with this guy. Aaron will turn the subject on himself at any time. At my own birthday party, he brought out a piñata full of photos of his own face.
I object. Madison's birthday party was super boring.
Overruled. I want to see what Madison has to say.
And one time on a very intimate trip I was having with a partner, Aaron showed up and said, "You guys get out of the hotel room. This is mine now."
I object. I want to hear more about Aaron's fermentation and about these photos.
Sustained. Let's do it.
Yeah, so I didn't have a goal in mind with the fermentation, really. I just felt it would be a cool thing to do and something that I could, I could get away from all these bad eco practices.
Yeah. Is there wine involved at the end of this fermentation?
I object. When are we going to hear about the intimate photos?
Sustained.
Yeah. I mean, if you start talking about intimate photos of yourself inside a freaking piñata, right? I mean, you got to deliver. Yeah, it's like, I'm going to whack that piñata, and I want to know what's inside. I want to see those pictures.
I object. It feels like Pete's making this about himself.
I agree. And see. All right. So over here we have Aaron and Alex. And then we have me and Madison. And then we have Dave and Pedro. All right. So for this, when these two are in a scene, we need to have an acronym only known in the therapy world that's going to inspire these two that don't know anything about this acronym.
DSM.
DSM. All right, DSM is going to inspire you. For when me and Madison are in a scene together, we need to have some food or drink you have in your office that inspires conversation. Espresso, so espresso. And then for these two, a reason people usually don't come to therapy. Narcissism. Never. Never happens. All right. So the way this works is when one scene is happening, the last line of that scene.
The last line of one scene becomes the first line of the next scene.
All right. Let's let them take it away.
We're getting mixed messages from the reporting.
Again?
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
This is going to ruin my political ambitions.
Sir, we can't have this happen for you. Okay, look. Well, I had the perfect plan.
Yes.
Dollar store monies. DSM.
Wait, you mean to take this to the dollar store? I
Yes.
think that's brilliant, Roger. Why? If we can take it to our message to the dollar store,
Yes.
that will communicate to the blue collar folk.
Sir, you are so inspiring.
You are so inspiring.
No, Janet, you are so inspiring. This is delicious.
God. Everything that you said today at lunch while the board president was speaking, I thought was smarter than what the board president was saying.
Oh, keep going, keep going.
Oh, to be specific.
Please do.
I've been arguing for 16 weeks PTO since I started here.
Oh, yes, and the 4-day work week.
Yes! All of it. And you're whispering this in my ear, and I'm thinking, yes.
You're whispering this in my ear, and I'm thinking, yes. You're so amazing. And I think you know it.
I think everyone knows it. All right.
I hope someday that my practice can be as powerful as yours.
Well, son, that's not going to happen. But it's good to have dreams.
But Dad, everyone looks up to you and wishes they
Yes.
could be like you. At least that's what you tell me and Mom.
Yeah.
You're always saying it.
I'm saying it, and you should start saying it, even though it's not going to happen. It's a good place to start. Just look at me, that beautiful 17 by 44 photograph next to that oil painting of me, and just as inspiration. And think,
Just as an inspiration, I think we should go down to the dollar store
Yeah.
and kind of blend in a little
Okay,
bit.
okay.
You know, we want to scope it out. We want to see what the people are up to, what they're interested in, what they. You writing all this down?
Of course, sir, yes.
Good man, Roger. I want you to get me my overcoat and my spectacles.
You think that'll really work? That'll have you blend in?
Well, you tell me. What do the people wear at the dollar store?
I think just regular clothes, sir. I don't think you need to wear spectacles and an overcoat, but...
I think you're wrong, Roger. I think
Oh,
you're wrong.
right.
I think you're wrong. I think that this much caffeine is good. It's good. It's good for making
so
a plan.
good. It is so good.
We could rewrite the whole business. I mean,
Yeah, 16 weeks isn't enough. It's
not enough. We didn't even think about dental. We didn't even think about.
We didn't even think about dental.
We didn't even think about vacation coverage. We didn't
Maternity leave for men and women.
Keep going.
Oh my God.
Early retirement.
Have another.
Thank you.
Early retirement. Really early retirement, like for 42-year-olds.
We should have been talking about this 2 years ago.
Oh my God,
Damn
yes.
it.
we should have been talking about this 2 years ago.
Well, I really feel like I've come a long way, Dad. My practice is the largest one in the state of Michigan. I followed your path. I followed your lead.
You did.
And I just self-promoted constantly.
Yes.
And I had seminars. And I made people pay to hear my crazy ideas.
Yes. And those partners you have, next step, get rid of them.
And those partners you have, I mean, the next step is to just get rid of them.
And those
The
partners
partners
we
you
have,
have, the next step is to get rid of them. I see. All right. So I gotta steal a chair here. We're gonna send Dave out of the room. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
All right. So Dave is a parent who is late for therapy, and his 2 children are over here, and they know the real reason he's late, and the therapist doesn't. So we need to have a reason that someone would be late for therapy.
They don't want to be there.
So they didn't want to be there? Okay. They didn't want to be there is why they're late. And then there's a unique way that he got to therapy. Not a car, not a bicycle, something kind of crazy. Rollerblades, okay.
I heard rollerblades on a camel.
Rollerblade, a camel, okay, a camel on rollerblades. Okay, so he doesn't.
Dave will
So
certainly
he
get
doesn't.
What's the weird reason he doesn't want to be there?
He doesn't want to be there. Oh yeah, he doesn't want to be there because of a weird reason. So he doesn't want to be there. What's something weird as to why he doesn't want to be there?
Who said charades?
What was that?
He was with his girlfriend.
He was with his girlfriend. He doesn't want to be there because he was with his girlfriend. So he rode a camel that's on rollerblades. Let's welcome Dave back.
I didn't know I'm late. I'm really sorry.
I'm not upset.
Okay.
But you gotta stop doing this, man.
Okay.
So.
I got a lot of issues.
Look, it's okay. We can talk about this. That's why we're here.
Okay, good.
I need you for us to be honest with me about why you were late.
Well, I'll be completely honest. I was in a romantic relationship, and she was she didn't like the time, or she wanted a ring. I think she wanted a ring. She did not want a ring. I don't know. She wanted to kiss my neck, I believe, and it was a very romantic evening, and it kind of kept me. It's pretty romantic.
Yep. It sounds like you were perhaps
On a date.
Maybe you were with someone special in your life. We've spoken at length about.
Oh,
Who was
yeah.
that?
Oh, my fiance.
I don't know that we're there yet.
Okay,
That's not something we've talked
Oh
about.
yeah, well, I'm kind of thinking about the future. This is
Good.
my
I've
girlfriend.
got. It sounds like girlfriend.
My girlfriend.
Your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let's say that all along.
you were with your girlfriend.
Yes, I was with my girlfriend. Okay, and we were just kind of walking along, going along. Maybe ice skating. We were ice skating.
You're starting to tell me about how you got
here.
here.
We were. Yeah. This is
Appreciate
what
that.
kept me from getting here. I was with.
Excuse me, boys.
Just like little toys here.
Sorry, just hanging out.
I'm not upset. I just.
Okay.
This is for your whole family, okay?
Okay, yeah.
we know.
Let's listen to the therapist.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dad.
They're good boys. These are good kids. I mean, it's kind of on me. Yeah. So we were on my date, and we were ice skating.
Ice skating.
So skating.
It's so warm out. I don't know where you'd be ice skating.
Oh, maybe rollerblading.
Oh.
Maybe okay. All right. I was rollerblading, and I was rollerblading someone's back. I was.
Someone? Like a person?
It was like a horse of some sort.
Oh, an animal.
Oh, a camel.
Wow!
Camel.
Oh, Dave, it sounds like it's been a really trying day.
Yes, I like to be imaginative on my dates. So yeah, it depends on. So I was rollerblading on a camel, and then so I had to get here. So.
And you did.
And I got here.
Hey, you know what? Come on.
Good job.
They did it.
All right, so the next thing I'm gonna do wasn't on our schedule, but then Claire said I should do it because I often do this at shows, and I don't know if people like it, but I'm gonna do it. So has anyone ever been to a poetry slam? Yeah, poetry slams are like, poetry plus like they kind of compete and they do weird pauses. And it's very like hipster, and so I like to do an improvised poetry slam because I just think it's funny to kind of make fun of. So I need to have a object that's larger than a toaster. Parachute. And I need a life lesson that's simple enough I'll remember it at the end, like an apple a day. If it what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So this is a improvised fake poetry slam about a parachute and the life lesson: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I was up high, up in the sky. Oh my, I said to myself as I thought that I could fly out of this airplane. This airplane that was driving me insane as I flew down through those clouds and did the aerials up and down. I spun, I twisted, I turned, I almost burned my face on all that embraced every moment of my pores. See, those pores were not yours, but mine, my own belief system that was not broken. You see, because if I took that token of a moment to think, well, then I could just look at myself from a different perspective and wink. Because it was so amazing, you see, as I was flying down with that parachute towards the ground, when I went down, I thought to myself, I hope that the person that packed this chute thought to themselves, well, shoot, I hope that it would work and not be broken. Because if it's broken or it's soaking or it was wet, I don't want him to fix that shit, because if it ain't broken, don't fix it. All right, so what you've seen so far is short form improv. You may have seen that on like Whose Line Is It Anyway, kind of Whose Line Is It Anyway, sort of game-based. Long form can go anywhere from 10 minutes to an hour, so we're going to be leaving here actually surprised at 10 p.m., no dinner. No, so this will be about a 10 to 12 minute set. It's going to just be based on one inspiration, and then we're going to do what's called a montage, meaning we're just going to do different types of scenes about it. Now, there's a couple things you'll see. You'll see a sweep, which someone kind of runs across. That means we're just sweeping that scene, starting a new scene. You may also see a tap out, and so if you haven't seen this before, two people might be talking. So say
That's so hilarious.
So if I tap Madison, then Alex remains the same character, not necessarily in the same scene. So maybe they're talking at work, I tap Madison, now we're at home and he's my partner and we're talking about dinner. But he remains the same character. If there's a double tap out, that means both those people leave, but you're kind of staying in that same world. So you'll catch on to that. So I need to have, you may have a crazy aunt or uncle or family member that has a weird thing that they do. What's just a weird thing that someone in your family does? Well, now we're quiet. Therapists don't want to talk about family. I don't want to talk about my mother. Even though my mom is here, give her a hand. Mary Ellen.
There's so many things. I'm filtering through it really fast.
Yeah. Or something you think someone's family member. What was that? Picks their nose. The inspiration for this 10 to 12 minutes is picks their nose.
Have you ever had a nosebleed so bad that you wish that you could just go back to before you were born?
Oh my God, dude, you have no idea. I just went through that like today.
It's the worst, right?
It is the worst, but
it happens at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm kind of nervous. Can I tell you something?
Oh, I'm getting one right now.
No, just hold it. So,
yeah.
Don't be mad, all right?
Yeah. Dude, you're stressing me out. I think that's why I'm getting a nosebleed.
I talked to my mom about this.
No.
She said...
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Dude, we're roommates, man.
I know, man. She said if we stopped picking our noses, they wouldn't bleed so much.
God!
I know, dude. I didn't want you to find out this way. I'm sorry.
No, it can't end like this, man.
I know. We gotta think about our health, though, right? Like, it's time. It's time for us to grow up.
Well, can't we just do
Alex, what do you mean you've stopped?
I think I don't mean to be like weird about it, but
right before our wedding, you're changing something fundamental about yourself.
Yeah, I feel like it's just time for me to change. My mom says it's time for me to grow up. I thought you'd be happy about this.
This was the cornerstone of our relationship. I spotted you in that movie theater, knuckle deep. You didn't bring a bucket of popcorn like everybody else.
No.
You snuck in your own snacks. And I said, what a bad boy.
Yeah?
There's the man I'm gonna marry.
You knew
You
right
remember
away.
where you hid my wedding ring?
Yeah.
Every important point in our relationship was because you got one finger buried so deep in your head that I
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
help but love you.
I'm sorry, but I feel like I need to do this for me, you know?
No.
It's self-growth. No, don't.
No.
Honey, don't act like that. Don't be like that.
No. I'm taking my things.
Wait. Let me at least keep the scarf.
Wow. You're gonna continue your magic act? Oh God, that was so beautiful and sexy.
Hi, I don't see you come to Pickers very often.
Yeah, I'm on a.
Seems like you're new here.
I'm on a rebound. Oh, you pick your butt?
Oh, you don't?
No, I'm.
You must be
not
new
built
here.
like that.
Is this Pickers Anonymous?
Yeah. It's the Pickers Club.
Where's the coffee?
It's over there.
Wow.
Sorry I'm late,
Sorry,
guys.
we're late. Yeah.
Oh, well, you guys have
Kind of a weird morning.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Take your pick.
You.
Yeah, you choose one of us.
Oh, you could
Who do you
spot
like?
me as a.
On the rebound. Yeah, totally.
As a picker.
You're obviously a newbie.
Slicker.
You look like a newbie. Somebody heard.
So, I just had surgery on my. Can you tell? Does it look different?
I mean, I could tell by the palette and the fissure.
Look right up there. You can see right in. I had a deviated septic tank.
Did you go to a licensed surgeon?
No, my friend Corey. You should go to him, Gary. Look, you could like, cause like I can hardly see anything in there, but it's amazing. People are so interested. And you smell.
Devin.
Yeah. What's it?
Devin.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about how you're going to all these unlicensed doctors, and I don't want to see you. I don't want to see something bad happen to you. Like,
Well, like the lipo and the Botox injections worked out pretty good.
you had. Oh
Can't
my
you see?
God,
Can't you tell?
That's why you're so swollen.
Yeah, I'm swole. And I think that's why my septic tank was deviated. But
That's.
Yeah, welcome to my alleyway here. So you're telling me you want calf implants or something?
yeah, I think they're not big enough, dude.
No, there's a good. Okay, do you have a referral from your doctor, from primary care physician?
I have a referral from my friend Gary.
Yeah, that'll work. That's fine. All right. Hold still. This has got a lot of rust built up on it, so you're gonna want it.
Okay, it's okay. I'm cool. I got a strong immune system.
Wait a minute. Don't I know you from somewhere?
Corey?
Oh my God! Oh, sand out here. He's up my nose.
I thought we were playing something else.
Oh, we're doing that, but we're also in the sand. We can do something else. Let's do something else.
I'm so tired. It's been 8 hours. You said we'd reach the lake by now. I'm not cut out for this.
I know. The sand, it's everywhere. It's in my ears.
It's in my butt.
It's up my nose.
Thank you. That makes me feel close to you. Babe, this was supposed to heal us.
It's not healing us.
It's not healing us. That part is so clear. It's just. I miss you. You're a rock star.
I am a rock star now.
You're only home for a week at a time. And
We went on the sand dunes and did a stupid dance a few minutes ago. we couldn't even follow together. That's just like our relationship. I'm just off doing stuff, and you don't even think we're doing the same
It's
thing.
symbolic of something.
No, this
else.
this
You
is
did
what's
one of the
happening.
moves.
This is us.
I don't know how to. I'm really embarrassed about this.
It's okay. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm listening.
I had a relapse.
Okay. Okay.
I picked my nose, and I feel like I don't know how to handle it.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot.
I know. I'm sorry.
I mean, it just makes everything a sham, doesn't it? I mean, all this trust we've built up over all these years. I mean, you knew I had a problem with nose picking, and I couldn't
know.
be around somebody that picks their nose.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You told me you never would.
It's just my ex is like making it really complicated. She was really into it, and I just I feel like I miss her, you know.
Thanks for meeting me here.
No problem.
It's like we're always meeting at the dark end of the
dark
street.
end of the street. I was going to say that. Yeah.
Well, what do you look good.
Thanks. Thanks. You look great. I was just so nervous.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking.
I've never done this before. And I'm just sorry. I just.
Don't be coy. You know you want it. Let me see your finger.
No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't.
Typical. You're just a coward. You're not like a real man who would pick my nose for me.
Is that really? That's all you want? Is someone to pick your nose for you?
I know you have it in you.
I don't.
This is just a mask.
No, I don't think. I don't think. I really don't think I have that in me.
Oh, fine. Just be a little neat freak. Be too scared to try something with me.
Look, I don't want to let you down, but like, I'm kind of like a hands to myself kind of guy, you know?
Okay. If that's true, then why don't you stop me?
Oh!
If we hang out by the side, we got a chance of staying in here.
Where?
I don't want to go outside. I know it's a wet, sticky cave, but the nose is all I know.
Yeah. Oh, we're boogers.
Okay. I know it's a tough thing to admit, but we're boogers. But that's all we are.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
I'm staying up here. I'm crusting to the side.
Oh, no!
Just a whale! The finger.
I thought we were safe because he's in class. I thought we were safe in class.
Oh my God!
But he's in the back row, so anything goes. Anything goes.
It's clear that
grains of pepper right here, floating through here.
Oh no!
No.
Oh honey.
Here it goes.
Oh my gosh! There's something I gotta tell you. No! Oh God, no! And I was here alone. My worst nightmare.
Hey, allergy season's crazy, huh? It's crazy.
Pollen.
Yeah.
Oh no. Get away from me.
Yeah.
A cat? This is a full-on cat? Please, no. No, God, no.
You're coming with us, all right?
Oh, God.
You're coming with us.
Let me get blasted. Before I go, I just gotta let you know that I was born to be a booger. And I'll just continue to be a booger the rest of my life. Where do we go when we get out of here? I'll never know.
This presentation, I'm ready for it.
You look ready for it. Put every ounce of your career into this moment.
That's what I'm saying.
And as your mother, I want you to know I'm very proud of you. And I'm going to be right out there in the audience cheering you on the whole time. Your name is Joe.
Thanks.
And you are my boy.
Thanks, Mom. You know, I don't think it's weird that you're in my audience all the time. Every speaking engagement, just every single one, you're always in the front row. I don't think that's weird. No other people do, but.
Thanks, Joe. Feels like because you're saying that, maybe you do think it's weird. Maybe you're saying that with a little something.
I mean, I don't think it's weird if you don't think it's weird.
I don't think it's weird. I'm here because I thought you wanted me to be here, so I came. So I'm here. I'm here all the time. I never was not uninvited. Could be too much.
I just, whenever you're in the front row, and I get to slide 6, and it's.
I love slide 6.
I know.
So which one is yours?
Oh well, the one talking.
Oh, he's great. He's great. Mine's the
Yeah.
one on the keyboard over there. Hi, honey.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
My son Joe is just.
Oh, that's Joe.
He's
so
so
talented.
talented, so strong.
So strong.
Always been that way.
Yeah.
An inspiration for the nation.
Yeah.
That's what I say when people say, "Tell me about your kid." I say, "Inspiration for the
Oh,
nation."
sure.
Mhm.
So he's so talented, your boy.
Oh God,
Yeah, so talented.
Seriously.
Oh, even a poet. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about niche skills.
Yeah.
My God. I
Even-
don't know what side of the family he gets it from.
Yeah.
Mine.
Okay. Yeah, poetry. Some of the words didn't really rhyme, but yeah.
Do you have a child? Do you have a child up there on that stage?
No.
The singular presentation?
No. He's fine without people looking at him all day.
Is this taken?
Oh no, please.
Do you have a boy in this?
I do have a boy in this. Yes, that's my boy Joe.
Oh.
He's right up there, the one who is the change our nation deserves.
Yes.
It was kind of vulgar, the stuff with the picking.
Sorry.
I thought.
You might want to give us a little space.
Okay. I mean, it's not really in good taste.
Do you know whose boy you're talking about right now?
Yours?
That's correct.
And you're proud of that? I mean, I guess you would be. He gets up there. He puts it out there.
He may be saying vulgar things,
Yeah.
but have you ever seen them rhymed against themselves that many times?
No, that was cool, but I just thought that one guy, especially with his finger, and he scratched his butt. It was gross.
Yeah, that's pretty hard to watch, to be honest
kind
with
of
you.
he associates.
Awesome. So this next one we have Aaron and Dave, and then Nick. So for this one we have a two-headed expert. They're going to speak in one voice, and they are a expert in a brand new style of therapy. We're revealing it here tonight. You've never seen this before. They really help people that are dealing with what? Something that's actually not a therapeutic thing. We don't want to make fun of a certain actual diagnosis, but people that are really struggling with like something like juggling or something. With what was that? Fear of beach balls. So they have a new modality for people that are scared of beach balls, and there's something weird about this modality that just is like not super normal.
You have to be inside the beach
You have to be inside the beach ball. Awesome. And Nick is going to interview them and tell us who he is interviewing this expert on beach ball fears, that you have to be inside the beach ball to solve this fear.
Okay, wow, welcome back to Good Morning, Michigan. We have a really, really fun guest here for you guys, and they're doing a fun new therapy. Isn't that cute? And I just would love to hear about this new form of counseling that you guys offer.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of all people with beach ball fears.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea that was a thing. Is that common?
Oh, yes. It's surprising how many people suffer from beach ball anxiety.
Oh my gosh. Well, I can't keep my kids away from those things. How did you discover that this was a issue in the first place?
I was laying down on the beach, nice beach, And a beach ball came and smacked me over the head.
Oh, that sounds like a real nightmare.
Oh, it was a tragic incident.
Oh.
But we realized that beach balls were nothing to be afraid of.
Oh my gosh, so you guys were the patient zero of this fear.
I would never try something on somebody that I wouldn't try on myself.
Okay, so break it down for me. Let's say you got one of these crippling anxieties around beach balls. How do you get through it?
Get inside the beach ball!
But how?
Inside your head lies the answer.
Okay, well I feel like I'm a big dumb goofball here, but beach ball hole this big. How the heck am I supposed to get in there?
Not with that attitude.
Oh, yeah. I guess that's true.
What you do is mentally picture yourself inside the beach ball and then pull it around your head.
Oh gosh, last time I did that I nearly suffocated myself.
Yeah.
Is that a big problem?
No, it's actually really good with your romantic partners.
Oh gosh.
Keep it going. How's everybody feeling? Yes! Love it. All right, for this one, we need Alex and Joe. Thank you very much. We need a little help from you guys. For this scene, Alex is going to be playing a therapist, and Joe is going to be playing someone who has kind of an obsession or a fixation on something that's kind of weird. It would be very strange for someone to come to therapy for this.
Rubber bands.
Rubber bands! Thank you. Okay, so Joe is fixated on rubber bands. Now, in this particular scene, there's a little twist. Every time I call switch, Alex and Joe are going to switch characters. Make sense? All right, sound good. You guys feel ready?
Yeah.
All right, take it away.
Hey, welcome. Come on in. Have a seat, buddy. Hey. How's your week been?
Good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I saw 3 rubber bands on the ground, and I just was like,
how was that for you?
It was tough. But I did the breathing exercises.
Good.
The
Go ahead and
EMDR
show me
is
the
helping.
exercise. Stand up for me. Show me the exercise.
So
Yeah.
I did the back bend you
Good.
said to do, and the
Yeah.
forward bend.
Oh, great. Oh, that's a good look.
Like in for 8.
In for 8. Yeah. And then we hold it.
Switch.
And then we
bring it out.
Yes, that's exactly what we do.
Wow, thank you.
Yes. And then act out for me a little bit how you moved past these rubber bands. Usually you can't even step over them.
Well, I feel like just touching one, kind of triggers me.
Yeah.
So I tried to jump as far as I can, but I didn't want to be disrespectful to them either because I love them.
Yeah, I think it might be in your jump. If you do a little with the knees a little higher, I think that'll help you just feel more grounded in who you are.
And show deference to them.
Yes.
That's important to me.
Absolutely.
Switch.
So go ahead, do the high knees. There you go, yeah. A little higher, please. There you go. Yes, there you go. There you go. Okay, you're going to have to go over them, though. You can't just stand still.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, lovely.
Like that?
Yeah, well.
That's the new technique?
Switch.
No. Like that? Is that good? Or?
I mean, you got to really get into it.
Switch.
Yeah, you're going to have to really just go and get a higher knee.
You just need a higher knee here.
Okay. And then you're going to want to really just plant it down and then high knee. There you are. Yeah, you got it.
Oh, Doc, that's so good. I feel like I can do something here.
Switch.
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going to be able to do something. I think you can go back to work now.
Switch.
And I don't know if I can go back to work now. Because, I mean, I think you can get over if you do this in the work world, you're going to be able to do it.
Switch.
Are you sure you believe in me that much?
Switch.
Of course I believe in you. Look at yourself.
See!
All right. Well, for our final game, we're all gonna pretend that we are therapists, because especially Nick here, he knows a lot about running a therapy practice from taking photos all day. He's like, I'm going W2 if I ever do this. Andrew scared the shit out of me. All right, so they're speaking from a therapist perspective. I need an object that's actually in your house. Vacuum cleaner. Okay, so therapy with me, as a therapist, is like a vacuum cleaner.
Therapy with me is like a vacuum cleaner. It sucks.
Therapy with me is like a vacuum cleaner. It only works when we plug it in.
Therapy with me is like a vacuum cleaner. We're gonna get into corners that you haven't looked at in a long time.
Therapy with me is like a vacuum cleaner. It's mostly like a long droning sound.
All right, we need another thing in your house. A refrigerator. Therapy with me is like a refrigerator.
A therapy with me is like a refrigerator. I put all the perishables at the back.
Therapy with me is like a refrigerator. If it feels cold, it means it's working.
Therapy with me is like a refrigerator. You know it's working when a light turns on.
Therapy with me is like a refrigerator. You replace it every few years.
Therapy with me is like refrigerator. We just chill.
All right, we need another object. Let's think of an object that's not in your house. A kayak. All right, sex with me is like a kayak.
Sex with me is like a kayak. It goes a lot faster when there are two people involved.
Sex with me is like a kayak. Two ends to the paddles.
Sex with me is like a kayak. Wait till I turn you over. Oh, come on.
Another object that you would find outside your house. What was that? A shovel. Sex with me is like a shovel. Sex with me is like a shovel. We'll get into all the holes.
Yes,
and that's our show. Group Practice Boss Conference. You all are amazing. I know a bunch of you met each other. If you haven't met people, they'll probably be at Little Fleet tonight. That's our go-to place. So grab some food there, grab some drinks. Try to figure out which of the drinks they named after us. I'm sure that tomorrow I may have something free for people that might speak about that. Other than that, make sure you take all of your stuff with you, because we have another group coming in that's going to be doing some music tonight. Any other announcements, team, that I missed from that? I don't have my clipboard, my trusty clipboard. I think that's everything. Tomorrow morning kicks off at the same time. Feel free to be here 8:30 or so. We're going to have food. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you soon. Wherever. It's just our kind of like wherever. Is that go-to place?